welcome back to Event 3 and welcome to Day 2 of the F1 2024 Sim Racing World Championship. We have visited two tracks that we never visited before, Las Vegas and Qatar, and qualifying is done and it was Ferrari dominance. Nicholas Longe taking pole position in Las Vegas and Barry Bormond taking pole in Qatar. But Thomas Ronhaar was hot on their heels in both of the qualifying sessions, and of course that sets him up very nicely for the championship battle that he finds himself in with Freddie Rasmussen. Now, before we get the racing underway, let's have a little look at how things currently are in the standings. In the driver's standings, we have Freddie Rasmussen leading the way on 142 points. Thomas Ronhaar not far behind with 120, really closing that gap over the last couple of days. Barry Bormond in third place with 94 points, only 3 ahead of Jarno Opmeer. Alfie Butcher on 80, Lucas Blakely on 67, leading Nicholas Longe by 10 points. Ismail Farsi with 53, Brendan Lee with 38, and Josh Edo with 37, rounding out the top 10 in the driver's standings. Then, as we get a little bit further down, Daniel Brezhnev with 33 points, Jake Benham with 27, Tom Manley 23, who put in a fantastic performance in qualifying earlier today, Jed Norgrove with 17, Alvaro Carreton with 16, making our way down to Patrick Shippos in 20th, who has 2 points, and then we find ourselves in the lower section of the driver's standings, all the way down to Will Lewis with no points. And looking at the team standings, Red Bull are still sitting pretty at the top with 179 points. With their lead over Kick F1, who are on 158 points, only 7 points separating Ferrari and Kick F1, and Mercedes and Ferrari are now tied on 151 points after Nicholas and Barry were able to grab those points for pole positions earlier today. McLaren with 79 points, William with 69, AlphaTauri on 50, and Alpine down at the bottom with 4 points. That's how things are currently looking, but of course this is now where the big points come. We are getting ready to race, but before we do that, we're going to have a little chat with some people from various teams, starting with Istvan Pukki, who is the third driver at Ferrari. How are you doing?
Yeah, fine, nice to meet you, and nice to be in the broadcast, and yeah, I'm fine. And looking forward to the race.
Well, it's lovely to have you on the broadcast. Thank you so much for joining us. How are the team feeling? Because it's been a fantastic day for the Ferrari guys.
Yeah, well, it's been the same as yesterday after the qualies, because we started exactly the same 1-3, and then we got the pole on the second track as well, so 1-5. And yeah, the pace is looking fine, especially in Vegas. I think that's the most track we're looking forward into. And we got the best, almost the best possible qualifying positions, so yeah, possibly double podium, and then in Qatar, I think another podium possibly, and then let's see what we can do with that car.
Now, of course, this is the first time that we have visited both of these circuits in F1 sim racing. What have the first impressions been from the drivers now that qualifying is done?
We all love Vegas, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's an exciting track. Exciting to drive on qualifying as well. And I think we're going to see a lot of chaos on the race, because very long straight DRS and high top speeds, and easy to overtake even from like 3-4 cars behind. So yeah, Vegas, possibly the best race in the calendar. And in Qatar, I think so, yeah. So in Qatar, that's a little bit less exciting because of hard to overtake, and a lot of dirty air in the last section. So yeah, we will see.
You've got Thomas Ronhaar starting alongside you in both the races. How much competition do you think he's going to be? Because he's got a championship on his hands. Of course, yeah. Barry is still in the contention too, but it's really closed up between Thomas and Freddie.
Yeah, I hope so. He's going to put more pressure on Freddie for us. So I think he's going to go for the safe P2s.
Yeah.
I think, and he wouldn't mind if Barry finishes P1 or Nico finishes P1 ahead of him. As long as he's ahead of Freddie, I think we should be good. So I'm not expecting too much pressure on him if it's a risky overtake or something like that. So I think we should be better on this side as well. And we expect more pressure from Red Bull.
Nice position to be in there, very nice position. Well, we're wishing you well for both of your drivers and in both of the races. Thank you so much for joining us. Claire, who have you found?
Come down to Red Bull and got Joe from the team manager. Welcome, lovely to see you again. It's been a bit of a funny day for you guys. Some of the things out of Freddie's, I'm going to make up names now, out of Freddie's control. But we're back in, we're ready for race. How are you feeling?
No, we're feeling good. I think the week has shown and the previous event has shown that anything can happen during these races. I think Las Vegas is going to be particularly interesting, to say the least. So yeah, no, we're feeling confident.
What about Freddie after obviously qualifying out of his control completely, the issues that happened there and qualifying so low, obviously for Qatar? How have you made him kind of get ready now for Las Vegas?
I think strategy is so important. I think we've got an incredible team behind with Andre and Liam who have worked really hard across all different scenarios. So yeah, let's see what we can come up with. Is
it a track that your drivers enjoy? Las Vegas, we keep saying, is going to be a bit chaotic out there. Is it a kind of case of you going, look, I'm team boss, you've got to keep your nose clean, we've got to get round here, we've got to try and get the points, especially for Freddie, fighting for a championship?
Well, we're fighting for both championships, and I think that, yeah, it's important that we keep getting points sticking over the board, but no, I think that they know what they need to do, and I think anything I tell them is just reinforcing what they already know. So no, we're very calm, we know what we've got to do, and I have every faith in them to deliver.
How concerning has the strength of Ferrari been, as well as Thomas Ronhaar? Has that been something that's really kind of made you guys wake up a little bit?
I mean, everyone's really strong, and having competition is great. It encourages us to be better. So, yeah, I mean, we'd rather be leading by a lot more, obviously, but yeah, it's just pushing us to be even better than we are.
What do you think this race is going to be like for Vegas? Is it going to be the glitz and the glamour that we're kind of hoping for, this chaotic racing, or is it going to be, a bit more, they're professionals?
I think it's got every potential to be a bit spicy, but, we'll see.
Two completely different tracks as well. Then we go to Qatar, a very different track. Is it somewhere that you think is going to suit your drivers? Obviously, Freddie's going to be fighting from the back.
I mean, Josh has done exceptionally well there to start in P4. So, yeah, I think, like I say, with the strategy that we've got and scenarios we've prepared for, every potential for us to move our way up with Freddie as well. So, yeah, we'll see.
And do you think it's going to go down to the wire for the race tomorrow in Abu Dhabi?
I really hope not. I really hope not. Yeah, I'd rather we go home today and can have a party. But no, I think, most likely it probably will. But we're prepared for it. We take it I know it's a cliche. We do take it one race at a time. It's not about thinking about the end result. It's about thinking what we do right here, right now. So, yeah, every faith in all of them.
Okay, well, good luck. Well, let's see what happened exactly in qualifying for the Las Vegas Grand Prix.
So we just finished qualifying in Vegas. It couldn't have gone much better than that, to be honest. Me and Barry qualifying in P1 and P3 respectively. I think a very strong result for us.
Longue up to provisional pole. Barry Burman joins him. Ferrari 1 and 2 once again. You cannot understate the power of Longue's qualifying and Barry Burman alike.
We need to be starting at the front in a track like this. It's a very chaotic race ahead of us, and this is a very good start to the day.
To be honest, I was not expecting to be this high up. It wasn't my best track when I was practicing at home, but when I got into the session, something clicked.
Rasmussen could yet be eliminated. Ulas Azilrin does topple him as Alfie Butcher moves ahead of his teammate and goes fifth fastest.
For the race, top 5 would be good for me. My goal is to win, but I will try to be safe and help my team as much as possible.
What I can expect from the race is a lot of action and probably the most tiring race in the F1 Esports history, and also probably the most fun for you guys to watch, so stay tuned.
Lovely recap there of qualifying early today. I'm joined now by Andre Bognon, the team boss for Kick F1. How are you doing after those qualifying sessions?
Good. I think we did very well in Vegas with starting position P2 and P7. I think in Qatar we maybe missed a cut in Q1 with Brendan, but we have very good hopes for the race. Thomas is starting P2 in both races, so yeah, good expectations.
Thomas seems to be on fine form throughout this event. What were you guys doing in that break in between event 2 and event 3 for him to come back so strong, so confident? The team just seems so under control.
Yeah, I think we really focused on understanding what happened in event 2, why the first day was so good, and then the following wasn't. We tried to reset a little bit and to focus on event 3 with just focusing on what we knew how to do and what we were good at. And I think that's worked really well with Thomas really being confident in his abilities, the team also having a good structure around him to really support him.
Well, it seems to be working brilliantly because a double win yesterday and P2 in both the races for today when he lines up. Looking at the races, we just spoke with Ferrari and of course we asked, how are you feeling about having Thomas right there? How much of these races is he going to play a bit safer because of the fact that the championship is at stake? Is this a case of securing a solid podium, or are you still going all out?
I think knowing Thomas, he's going to go for the win. He's someone who's really ambitious. He's really driven. I don't think there's going to be a lot of calculations around the races. We're really going to try to get the most points possible whenever we can. Obviously not making inconsiderate moves, far from it, but we're going to go for all we can. Yeah.
Clean, hard racing, that's what we love to see. How are you feeling about heading out to Las Vegas? Everyone just keeps saying chaos, chaos, chaos.
Yeah, it's we don't really know exactly what to expect. The key is going to be stay out of trouble. And then, I mean, we saw it this morning, we have a really good pace. So as long as we stay out of trouble and that we keep driving how we know how to drive, then we should be all set.
And a word on Brendan as well. You mentioned the strong performance in the Las Vegas qualifying. How are you feeling about him?
Yeah, Brendan in Vegas showed this morning that he was also really fast. Hopefully we're able to, count on the two together during the race so that we can essentially work together on it.
Well, we look forward to seeing how you fare. Good luck for the race. Right, that is enough of the talking. It is time to get racing. George and Hayden, take it away.
Built to harness the glitz and glam of the Las Vegas Strip, the jewel in the crown of Paradise, Nevada. Welcome everybody to the very first Formula One Sim Racing Las Vegas Grand Prix. Fast-paced with its lengthy straights and also carries its own elements of surprise with intense braking zones through each sector. Beware of the treacherous turns 14 and 15, a chicane that delivers an abrupt halt after the huge high-speed section, the soiree, heading down the long Las Vegas Boulevard. Over the years, and now for the very first time, we will illuminate around Las Vegas in the Formula One Sim Racing World Championship. This circuit, I'm sure, will deliver. 17 turns away, developed by the great Carsten Tilke. Let's take you through the starting grid. Danny Moreno starts at the back. Danny Moreno starting 20th place, I should say, alongside Jed Norgrove in 19th. Moving on up into 18th is Tom Manley, and Alvaro Caraton joins him in 17th spot. In 16th is Ruben Pedreño with Simon Weigang. In 15th for Aston Martin. In 14th place is Patrick Sheepost with Ishmael Fassi starting in 30th. Then for Maurizio Donoso in 12th, Jake Benham in 11th place, just outside the top 10. Josh Edo lines up in 10th itself with Alfie Butcher in P9. Moving up to 8th spot is Lucas Blakely alongside fellow former world champion Brendan Lee. Further on up, Freddie Rasmussen, after the difficulties he's sustained through qualifying, Jarno Opmeer lines up alongside him 5th and 6th. Respectfully. We then have Jonas Gildrim in 4th with Barry Burman in 3rd. They're on the second row of the grid, but it's all about the front row. It's Thomas Ronhaar in his bid to try and close the gap to Freddie Rasmussen for the championship lead. But Nicolas Longuet and Ferrari, they are on pole position here at Las Vegas for the very first time in its running here in this championship. We're looking forward to it, folks. Obviously, there's quite a bit of tension here in the paddock. And looking ahead, we're going to be in, I think, for a blockbuster of a race here. Joining me in the commentary box, of course, my name being George Morgan, it's the one, the only Hayden Gullis. And Hayden, it's a privilege to be here at this track for the very first time. We've never seen it before in the world of F1 sim racing. What do you think we could expect?
Well, if the drivers are to be believed, then we're going to get some incredible action. They say it's just going to be chaotic. It's going to be like we've never seen before. And with being in this LAN event, I have the luxury of just walking around the area and having a little look at what the weather is going to be doing for the race. It's going to be completely dry for this Las Vegas circuit, so no added elements But we don't really need that around here because, as they've said, you could win this race from 20th position. We're going to see lots of overtakes where you can potentially overtake 3 to 4 cars in a row down the Las Vegas Strip. I, for one, thoroughly excited. That's confirmation of the weather. Light cloud, humidity 15% low, no chance of rain on the horizon for the race. But nonetheless, it is going to be absolutely incredible. I cannot wait to see those 4 wide moments that we're expecting here down that Las Vegas Strip.
Without any doubt, Jarno Opmeer starting from 5th on the grid. There he is in his rig. And he'll be looking upwards, I'm sure, to another potential race win. Anything can happen here at Vegas. Jarno, of course, already a race winner this season back at Silverstone for the British Grand Prix. But the F1 Sim Racing World Championship now sees a huge juggernaut, a huge championship fight in contest. The immediate members of that fight are, of course, Freddie Rasmussen and Thomas Ronhaar. Simon Weigang, though, witnessing an upturn in his fortunes now, heading through the latter stages of this championship, and no doubt as to why he's smiling. He has had a grandiose run in qualifying earlier on this afternoon, and now looking ahead to potentially what could be a great race. Doesn't want to necessarily follow what he did at Brazil, Hayden.
No, certainly not. Although this time in Las Vegas, he will be starting this race from 15th. It's later on in Qatar, where he's going to be starting further up in the field, although he has been given a free-place grid penalty for that one, starting in 8th position, I believe, after that. Someone else who had a penalty coming into this race, Patrick Schipos, got a free-place grid penalty for being too eager pushing that button. That puts him now onto 11 penalty points so far.
Yeah, now you can see the scenes at Vegas, and obviously no concerns with rain. It is all dry, and now the lights. More lights here at Vegas being lit. There's 5 of them. They're red. They go out. We put pedal to the metal. And it is go, 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 go. Nicholas Longe gets the jump on Thomas Ronhaar, heading through towards turn 1. You can see Barry Burman as well, fending off the approaches from Ulash Yildirim. Jarno Opmeer getting a busy start too, trying to encompass his way in behind Yildirim, trying to get the leverage out of turn 3. Jarno Opmeer ahead of Brendan Lee, who's managed to surpass Freddie Rasmussen. Rasmussen again, not getting the start he was looking for.
No, but a brilliant start for the 3 front runners as there's a wheel-to-wheel action. Brendan Lee having a look up the inside of Frederick Rasmussen in towards that turn 4. Can he hold it around the outside, though? Freddie will have the inside line and probably benefit from that and will be able to hold on to position. But Brendan Lee has not given up just yet. We're watching on board with Ismail Fassi at the tail end of the field. Mixed strategy for the whole field as Fassi's now getting overtaken by an Alpine driver who's on soft tyres. The 2 Alpines have gone for softs. They qualified further down the field. They're going to try and jump up early in this race with 1 medium runner, and that's Jake Benham.
Yeah, heading through now the initial stages on this lap, soon in the middle sector. Then we'll venture into sector 3. Wheel to wheel between Ismail Fassi and Tom Manley, the 2 young pretenders here to the throne in F1 Esports, of course, both successful in the past. Fassi with 2 podiums to his name. Tom Manley as well, who has been absolutely hellacious in his own right. We've got a big, big scrap happening further up with Jarno Opmeer getting himself into the fight. Longe still leads, though, however, as we now see them going tandem, nose to tail, heading through the tight chicane.
Brendan Lee tried to overtake Frederick Rasmussen earlier on in that first lap, was unable to do so and has actually lost out of position to Lucas Blakely, who's got himself up in a 7th position. Brendan Lee down to 8th. Everybody being very well behaved in these early stages of the race because they know it's all about being patient in this stage of the race. Once we get that first round of pit stops, that's when we're going to see that sort of carnage start to unfold, especially towards the tail end of the field, as everyone's so eager and desperate to make up as many positions as possible. Thomas Rasmussen, I keep putting their names together. Thomas Ronhaar pulling out of the slipstream there, just to cool down his engine around this circuit. Now, with it having such a long back straight down the Las Vegas Strip, top end speed is vital. If you're overheating your engine in these early stages, it's going to compromise you by the end of the race. You need to get out of the slipstream, cool down the engine, and get yourself in good shape for the end of the race.
Yeah, they've come out of Colvar Lane now. They're making their way through the very technical, probably arguably the most technical point on the track very shortly. And this will then send them up through towards turns 6, 7, 8, 9, and eventually 10, which is another semi-straight, which will then tee you up for that latter sector on this lap 2 of 25. Next lap will open up the DRS. Obviously only the one straight to be concerned about with regards to that, which is the long straight down the Las Vegas Strip. There is Fabrizio Donoso, currently 2nd in the running of hard tyre drivers right now. Of course, Josh Ido on hard tyres. Donoso, the 2nd of those on hards in terms of the current timing tower. Sprinkling his sauce right through from Ps 1 all the way to Ps 9 consecutively, with Jake Benham splitting Butcher and Schipos on medium tyres. So let's see how Benham's strategy works. We've seen the odd driver or two, Fassi's done it, occupying the medium tyres, going against the grain somewhat as we now see them make their way down here on lap 3, and down the inside straight away is Lucas Blakely trying to challenge Rasmussen this time. Rasmussen down to 7th now as Blakely ascends up to 6th place, and DRS is now open, Hayden.
Yes, we have that to defend with going down the next straight. As a tuck right up behind the Mercedes of Jarno Opmeer. Freddie Rasmussen unable to overtake as Lucas Blakely, very last minute, pulled out of the slipstream. No real attempt to overtake because he's not going to dive bomb it into that sort of corner there. So I wonder whether that was just a last-ditch attempt. Okay, Freddie's not going to go for the move. Now they let me have this little opportunity to cool down my engine in that section. I'm looking at the strategy and I'm wondering what these guys at the front are doing. We've already established that this track is going to be very easy to overtake at. So surely as we got wheel-to-wheel banging going on between Alvaro Carreton and the Alpha Tauri in 17th position. There's no name above him, so I don't know who that is. I believe it is Tom Manley, who they went side by side. Yes, it is Tom Manley who are going wheel-to-wheel. Not too sure what has gone on there, but I'm sure that will be sorted later on in the race. But Tom Manley ahead of Alvaro Carreton, a little bit of wheel-to-wheel action, but everyone got through. No damage, but talking of strategy, yeah, it being an easy overtaking opportunity around here. Surely you want to go for those harder tyres now, and then when you've got the soft tyres later on, overtaking so easy, so you can just surely blitz through the rest of the field.
Yeah, Thomas Ronhaar taking the lead of the race away from Nicolas Longuet as well, so they have made the swap. Now this is something we have seen in the past, and now it is the Kick F1 car that leads the way, the Kick Sauber car. It's now Longuet sits in behind. He's got his teammate for company, Barry Brewerman, who's now sat in 3rd. Fastest lap for Thomas Ronhaar, 1:34.049 as they begin lap 4 of 25. Still a long way to go. Jarno Opmeer still remains in 5th. Ulas Yildirim having a great race and has an opportunity as well to lay down his own foundation to Haas. Remember, yet to necessarily make his mark here in F1 sim racing this season. 9 starts, no wins, no podiums, but might have a chance here this time around to register his first. Has been aiding Alfie Butcher in his efforts for grandiose results, and with him achieving 1 win and 2 podiums over the last 8 races, no doubt he'll be looking to aid Haas further, as we now see Barry make his way through the initial sectors and then in towards Sector 2 very soon out of the Carl Straight. And still the Ferraris tied together. The gaps are still fairly thin, no dramas so far, which is quite a surprise when you consider Vegas heading through the first sector, especially on lap 1, it gets chaotic.
Where's this drama that we were promised? You know, I believe Barry Brewerman was saying that this was going to be like one of the best races we've ever seen. There's good action out there, but I was expecting more. We're definitely going to get that later on, aren't we, George? Once we get through the first round of pit stops, that's when we are going to be seeing all of that unfold. Let's take a look, though, at a replay of the race start, and it was pretty well done from the leaders. You know, the Ferrari of Nicolas Longuet got the jump, got the turn 1, got ahead of Thomas Ronhaar, and then also Barry Brewerman settled into 3rd position, all of them playing very well. And then further back, it was Rasmussen and Lee that were just going wheel to wheel, and that actually cost Lee quite a lot.
Yeah, it definitely did. Great start, though, for Longuet. Necessary and needed, but obviously Thomas Ronhaar would eventually take it back. But latest news, Nicolas Longuet has got it back. So Ronhaar now moved down to 2nd place. Barry Brewerman in 3rd. Ulas Yildirim did have a brief look. I had a little look on the live cameras and did see that Ulas did open up the door ever so slightly on Barry Brewerman, but equally that could have been to defend the place against Jarno Opmeer, as we see Lucas Blakely fanning out once again. A very aggressive guys here taken by Lucas Blakely. I know he's had his struggles, but is he being too overzealous, Hayden?
I don't know. I'm not too sure. I'm going to have a look next time we go down that straight and just look over at the McLaren shadow area to see what is going on over there. Because I don't believe Freddie Rasmussen is too close to him, that he's trying to defend from him, make sure he doesn't go around the outside. And, you know, yeah, okay, you'll get a slight benefit of pulling out of that slipstream very, very last minute to cool down the engine slightly, but not as much of a benefit than if you were doing it down that whole straight. So interesting strategy and very aggressive there from Lucas Blakely. I know that he has the car under control, so there's no fear of, you know, being too aggressive and then losing the control of the car and putting it into the wall, because, you know, he's an incredible driver. That's not going to happen as Thomas Ronhaar now switches back with Nicolas Longuet. These two working together and taking the lead of the race away from that Ferrari driver. Barry Brewerman right on the tail, unable to have a look. And once again, Lucas Blakely just moving out, this time down the Las Vegas Strip. So I'm going to look out for that as we go down in towards turn 4 next time around and see whether that happens again from Lucas Blakely.
Yeah, well, they're making their way down the long straight now, through Harmon Avenue, down in towards turn 1 to begin lap 6 of 25. Still Ronhaar leads as we're riding on board with Freddie Rasmussen, who has had a pretty tricky start to this race. He did lose out initially to Brendan Lee, took it back, and then eventually lost out to Lucas Blakely, who currently sits in front of him. Blakely chasing down Jarno Opmeer, just letting the Dutchman know that he's up close and personal, and indeed getting closer as well, just flittering in and out of that 0.2 of a second gap between he and the Mercedes, and that rear just stepping out on Blakely's car. No doubt an aggressive setup, I would have thought, Hayden.
Yeah, and he didn't do it this time. The one someone's going to look at him and see about what this aggressive move in the braking zone is all about. He doesn't do it, but he did. I was looking over there. He did nearly tag the back of Jarno Opmeer in the apex of the corner, so might have been caught out slightly, might have had it under control, utilised all the space that was available between the two cars, and knows exactly where to place his car. Of course, these guys are incredible. They race with each other so much in league racing, in warm-up and in preparation of these. So they know how to drive so close together, and we've seen it so many times where they are backed up, nose to tail, and able still to not make any contact. As once again another change for the lead. This time Nicolas Longuet overtaking the Kickstarter car of Thomas Ronhaar. But when does Barry start to get involved? When would he maybe try to have a look at Thomas Ronhaar to then make it a Ferrari 1-2?
We'll have to wait and see. Roman still waiting in the wings, very close to the back of Thomas Ronhaar. Kicksauber still occupying that second place, with Ulash Azilrim in 4th spot. Within 0.4 of a second now as they fly once again out of Harman in towards turn 1, once again crossing the start-finish line to begin lap 7 of 25. Ronhaar still chasing the tail of Longuet further down. Still Jake Benham occupying 10th this time. Remains ahead of Patrick Schipos. The plan is working okay for Benham. Be intrigued to see what decision he makes in terms of stops as Ruben Pedreño starts dicing it out with Ismail Fassi. That's a battle for 14th place. Of course, Pedreño on soft tyres as opposed to Fassi, who's on hard. So Pedreño, in theory, should get that move done. There's Blakely again, heading through the right. And once again, the left. It's all as they were. You're on lap 7 of 25, no doubt. You will expect Longuet and Ronhaar to exchange the lead again.
I think Pedreño's soft tyres have started to drop off, because Fassi was actually making an overtake and is ahead of Pedreño there on harder tyres compared to the soft. So maybe those soft tyres have stopped working there for those runners. Interesting enough, Jake Benham on those medium tyres is ahead of a soft tyre runner of Patrick Schipos, so that's vital for his race. And it'll be interesting to see what strategy they do across the rest of the race. Good drive from Schipos. He's been able to climb back up through the field on those soft tyres, so they have worked well for him. But now they need to get the strategy right. They need to pit at the right time when the others around him also make a pit stop, so he can be dragged up with the rest of the field. There's another change for the position, and this time Barry Burmond wants to go and be the leader, as he's going to go and overtake Thomas Ronhaar down in towards the braking zone. They go wheel to wheel in towards this triple chicane, and it is Barry Burmond who takes the lead of the race.
Barry Burman clear out in front, a double overtake from P3 to now head the field as they now rush through Harman and around the final corner again, and will commence lap 8. Longuet waiting in the wings in behind. Jarno Opmeer fanning out this time in behind Ulash Azilrim. Through turn 1 they go. Into the pits comes Ruben Pedreño, so maybe now the softs starting to die off, certainly for Pedreño as far as he's concerned. No doubt he'll put the hard tyres on. No, it goes for mediums.
Yeah, going to go and try and really push these tyres as much as possible, try and undercut those drivers, and then just have to deal with it later on in this race. As we're watching now this battle at the front, that was very crucial for Thomas Ronhaar when he got overtaken by Barry Broman to also overtake Nicolas Longuet and get back in the second position. The last thing that he wants to do is to allow a Ferrari 1-2, because then they can decide what they do. As we've got wheel-to-wheel action, Lucas Blakely is side by side with Jarno Opmeer. He's having a look on the inside now. There's still wheel-to-wheel. Great respect between the two champions.
Yeah, coming together now. They'll run wheel-to-wheel on Covell Avenue, and it's Jarno Opmeer who now maintains his position. Still, though, Blakely all over his rear, trying to find every opportunity. It did look like that Jarno tried to open the door on Ulash Azilrim earlier into the lap. Now, whether that's scuppered Jarno's exit of sorts, allowing Blakely into the fight, I'm not quite sure, but it certainly looks that way. Blakely now with his rear wing open will not get the benefits of it, because they've all got DRS from the front to the back right now, barring Pedreño, who's just boxed, and Thomas Ronhaar retakes the lead of the race here on lap 8 of 25. It's Burman down into second. Opmeer and Azilrim now going wheel to wheel. This time the Mercedes are going to flex its muscles, heading down the next straight, and he's bringing Lucas Blakely along for the ride. Jarno now looking to try a mustard overtake, but they're coming into the pits. Jarno stays out. He's up to third. In they come, though. We have got what looks to be 5 cars that have now ventured into the pits, bidding off the soft tyres. No doubt, obviously, Pedreño stopped very early. But I think now's the time. Ditch those softs onto the next set of tyres.
Yeah, let's see where Ruben Pedreño comes out after doing that undercut as well. It's a short pit lane here at Las Vegas, so they won't be spending too much time in there. Nicholas Longe, Ulas Ozildirim, Lucas Blakely, Frederick Rasmussen, Patrick Schipos into the box, as well as Ruben Pedreño, who's already boxed. They're coming around that first corner now, and Pedreño is right on the back of them, but will have his tyres up to temperature. Won't have to go through that heat cycle, so we'll be looking good in these opening stages of the lap. And they're all getting very feisty, and maybe that's just a little sign of things to come as how chaotic this race is going to be, when there was something to fight for, track position when coming into that pit lane.
It's interesting, isn't it, that we've got so many drivers, as we now see another scrap here between Tom Manley and Jed Norgrove. Many of them now obviously going onto the medium tyres. Vote of confidence for Jake Benham, who started on the medium tyres, because he'll want to take these as far as he can, then maybe finish on the softs.
Yeah, that'll be a really decent strategy there for Jake Benham, as we got another switch for position for the lead the race. This is Barry Broman overtaking Thomas Ronhaar, and it's just business as usual between these two. Jana Watmir a little bit too far back to get involved in the mix of that one. Will we see a pit stop from either of these guys? But yes, strategy for them going onto the soft tyres and trying to catch up through the field. And there's so many times where you think about it and you're like, okay, there's no chance they're going to catch up that much of a gap. But then they start scrapping further up through the field, and it opens the door to get them right on the tail enders. Into the pits comes our leaders. It is the kit car of Thomas Ronhaar. We've got Barry Broman. We've got Jano Otmir. They're all into the box.
Yeah, we certainly are. We've also got to keep our eyes peeled on Josh Edo, who is the leader of the hard tyre runners as well. How is his strategy going to work out? He's got a sea of cars in behind him. Alfie Butcher is part of that group as well, down in 6th place as Pedreño picks up the fastest lap on those medium tyres. Out come the other runners now. Burraman part of it, as well as Longe as they come back out. So it's Longe ahead of Burraman. Ulas Zildirim is now ahead of them both. So well done, Ulas, on getting the jump.
Have a look at who's out of position on the soft tyres, maybe not in sync with the rest of the group. It's Alfie Butcher, who's at the lead of the medium runner tyres. It's Ulas Ozildirim. Are we going to see a rinse and repeat or reverse, Uno reverse card on those guys?
Paying him back
for Austria. This could be a strategy for Haas to maybe pick out. Maybe they don't feel like Alfie Butcher can score points, but if they do feel like Alfie Butcher can score points, there's no real reason to play that game, still get him in the mix, but maybe he wants to play that team game, hold up the rest of the field, but you've got to do it in the right places. And I'm speaking about after turn 4 is the best position. Let Ulas through down that first DRS straight, then back them all up after that and try and get a big gap, because otherwise it's just so easy to overtake a car on older tyres down that Las Vegas strip.
Yeah, it's his best starting grid spot to date. Ulas Zildirim, of course, it's still a very young career so far. In his history, only 9 starts now. This is his 10th race in the Formula One Sim Racing World Championship. What a way to do it as well, to take victory here at the Boulevard. But we're now seeing another swap for the net lead of things right now. Nicholas Longe now out in front of that net lead pack. We also have more movements as Brendan Lee comes into the pit and will exchange those soft tyres, but still no movement from Alfie Butcher, Hayden.
Yeah, he's still staying out. You know, this could just be a smart strategy from him to be able to stay with those drivers and have really good mediums for the end of the race. You know, stay within that hard pack, go to the mediums, and then see what he can do later on. Brendan Lee, of course, coming into the box off the soft tyres, so he is our last remaining soft tyre runner. Jake Benham leading the race on those mediums, and Ulas has been overtaken by Nicholas Longe, but he is still in that second position, which is very important for him, because, of course, down that Las Vegas strip, he can just get the DRS open, use a slight amount of DRS, and get back into that net lead position of the race. But what is Alfie Butcher going to do? Closing up to those guys, 6 seconds is the gap between Nicholas Longe and Tom Manley in the AlphaTauri, but then there is a further 3-second gap from Manley to his teammate Jed Norgrove. So there's still plenty of time between those drivers at the moment for the Haas team to pull this strategy.
Yeah, still time left to go in this race, that's for sure. We've got a long way left. And speaking of long way, Nicholas Longe, P11 as well. 5 seconds now behind Tom Manley, who has yet to stop. And as they now burst down this next straight. Here's Ismail Fassi, hard on the brakes. He's got a battle in front of him. Jake Benham is part of it, as is Fabrizio Donoso Delgado. Benham now in 3rd. Remember, on that medium tyre strategy, and also still yet to pit as they start jostling for position, as Yildirim back in that net lead, with Longe now moving behind his teammates. So that's net P3 for Longe and net P2 for Burraman. Blakely, though, ahead of Rasmussen. Otmir now down to 17th. So there's obviously been some mix-ups further down the order. Thomas Ronhaar also on the attack as they now head through in towards turn 1 out of the Harmon section now. In comes Blakely, down the inside, risky business, down the inside, a very late gamble, and here at Vegas no less, a great move indeed as he looks to try and challenge the Ferrari. Also coming through is Thomas Ronhaar. He's burst through, maintained his place ahead of Rasmussen now. Rasmussen in the Red Bull, and I must say, things are looking a little tricky.
Two championship rivals going wheel to wheel once again into turn 4. Rasmussen went round the outside, unable to get through as Ronhaar defends position, as does the Ferrari of Nicolas Longuet. That is very important for Ferrari, because what they need to do is try and make sure that Julas Ozildurim does not get in front of both of those drivers, because if they do, Haas can play that tactic where they use Alfie Butcher to hold them up. So when they go down this Las Vegas strip, they need to make sure that when Julas goes to overtake the leading Ferrari, when they get in that position, the Ferrari that's in third then overtakes both of them and gets into that lead and keeps swapping like that. Otherwise, they're going to get caught out if Haas deploy that strategy.
Yeah, got to know. So now at the head of the field, he has taken the lead on track, as we now see Josh Ido, part of all this too, just watching on in behind Ishmael Fassi. So they head through the tight chicane. We rejoin the net lead front. Jarno Opmeer also now challenging Freddie Rasmussen. These two old rivals once again come together. But still, though, the two Ferraris in behind Julas Ozildurim, who has been building a reasonable gap. It's since come down slightly, though, however, as Jed Norgrove comes past Caraton, as Caraton boxes into the pits. Back down Harman Avenue again, round the final corner. They'll begin the next lap. Soon will be lap 13, this time around of 25. Brendan Lee now taking the fastest lap of the race. Still no change up at the net lead order, with Julas Ozildurim still powering on through, but he's got Barry Burman so close to him, and Nicolas Longuet in hot pursuit. Fanning out comes Thomas Ronhaar, who's trying to break out of the aero, potentially to cool that engine down.
Yeah, no signs of an overtake, just far too back at the moment. Same with Tom Manley's retired from the session. Let's have a look at what's happened over there for him. Looks like he's in the box. Yeah, his race is done. He was 3 seconds off the pace of the other guys on the same tyre strategy as himself, and he's come into the pit lane and has retired from the race. There'll be no further action from the AlphaTauri driver Tom Manley, he impressed us in the Qatar qualifying session, so hopefully it'll be a better result there for Tom Manley. I can see that Claire Cottingham is walking over to the AlphaTauri garage, so I'm sure she'll find out some information of what has gone on there. Let's tune our action, or have a quick little look at what's happening towards the net lead of this race. Julas Ozildurim still leading the way in 9th position of this group of cars. Then it's Barry Broman, then it's Nicolas Longuet, and then Thomas Ronhaar, hunting for that championship, is just behind him. Jake Benham, though, takes back the lead of the race on those medium tyres, is in P1.
Yeah. Barry Burman now trading for that net lead once again, this time with Julas Ozildurim now moving down behind him, now separating the two Ferraris. Thomas Ronhaar ahead of Lucas Blakely as well, now trying to push and close them down. That's a move I think that Ronhaar's actually made ahead of Blakely as well, so very well done to him. The Dutchman on the ascension, now looking to try and challenge the Ferraris as they now begin their next lap, this time 14, as all the hard runners now start to come in, and they'll head through the initial sector now out of turn 1 and out of Harman Avenue in towards the Koval lane. It is now Nicolas Longuet at the front of that net lead field. Thomas Ronhaar trying to close him down. Should I say Barry Burman at the head of the net lead field. His teammate Longuet keeping Ronhaar at bay. Further back, Jarno Opmeer also in the mix. Freddie Rasmussen down in P9 on track as we're seeing it. We've only got 2 hard runners left to box, and that's Fabrizio Donoso and Jed Norgrove. Update on Jake Benham, straight onto those soft tyres, so he's going to end quick.
An update as well on Tom Manley. Thank you very much, Claire Cottingham. Damage for the AlphaTauri driver. And in F1 sim racing, as soon as you get any bit of damage, unless your fortune's on your side, it's just before you come into the pit lane, you're going to lose a lot of time and you're never really going to recover from it. So unfortunately for Tom Manley, he is out of this race and he'll be looking for more fortune when he's starting further up the grid in Qatar later on. Barry Bromand leading the net train at the moment, with Julas Ozildurim in second, Nicolas Longuet third. A little change of position further back in the grid with Jarno Opmeer overtaking Lucas Blakely, and also Julas Ozildurim now moving into third. Haas on deploying that strategy because Alfie Butcher has come into the pit lane. He's down in 17th place. And we will be business as usual. No strategies coming into it. It's going to be a fair fight all the way till the end.
Yeah, this is the replay of Jarno Opmeer's efforts on Lucas Blakely. Finally managed to get the overtake done on a fellow F1 sim racing world champion. They ran wheel to wheel. The Mercedes surpassing the McLaren with the use of the DRS as well. And Blakely, unfortunately, having to forego the position. But it's Opmeer who ascends as we rejoin with Brendan Lee, being followed now by Patrick Schipos. Lee currently occupying that 9th place. Got 4-lap old medium tyres, quite young tyres as well, so he's got a chance to potentially flex his own muscles here. He's got Rasmussen ahead, who's got 2-lap older tyres. So I wouldn't write off Lee just yet. And Jake Benham has just moved up to 12th on his brand new soft tyres.
Yeah, look out for the All-Star, as you put it. He's in 12th position. Soft tyres going to be really aggressive, trying to fly through the field. Also, Brendan Lee, yeah, as you say, 9th position. He could really help out his teammate by overtaking the Red Bull of Fredrik Rasmussen. A couple of points taken off of Rasmussen will definitely go in Ronhaar's favour, no matter what position he finishes in this race, providing he finishes, of course, in the top 10 ahead of Rasmussen. But Brendan Lee will be seizing up this opportunity, but also look to those guys further down the field. 5 seconds is the gap between Jake Benham and the rest of the drivers on the medium tyres. And he's going to be on soft, so he's going to be absolutely flying, but also dragging those guys on the mediums up through the field.
Yeah, Thomas Ronhaar blasting past Las Vegas, actually losing 3 places in that same instance. Of course, both Ferraris going past. Ronhaar followed them through, so that now moves up Thomas Ronhaar into a net P3 position. Barry Brumand still, though, leading them through. Jed Norgrove, I'm sure, will be thinking of boxing at some point as they come out of Harman Avenue. And yes, in he comes. So as they cross the line, it will be Barry Brumand at the head of all the action here. Movement further down here from Brendan Lee, who now looks to try and challenge Freddie Rasmussen. We saw 3 cars all jostling for position, but Lee tried to master the assault here on Freddie Rasmussen. He's been crowned champion ahead of Freddie before. Now he's looking to beat him here at the Las Vegas Strip Circuit. They're going to run wheel to wheel down this long straight with Lucas Blakely just ahead of them here. Obviously the cleaner air given, the better corner given to Freddie Rasmussen, but Lee still relentless in this fight against Rasmussen.
Great respect between these veterans of F1 sim racing, but it's Lee on the inside. He leaves the space for Rasmussen going through the second part of the chicane. It's still side by side, but Lee surely gonna get the position done, and he has. He's up to 7th position and is going to be vital for Kik Sauber's chances in not only drive up the Constructors' Championship, but also his teammate Thomas Ronhaar and helping him out. Brendan Lee's battery is flashing. He's run out of energy, so he needs to get back in that tow of the car in front, which is Lucas Blakely, to drag him back down the Las Vegas Strip and make him hold on to that position. Further back, Jake Benham now 4 seconds off the back of Ruben Pedreno. That is this train at the moment. There's 2 trains going on. You've got the lead pack who boxed earlier, then you've got the pack who boxed later. And look at that, Patrick Schipos has overtaken Fredrik Rasmussen as well, as I think he might be trying to get that back.
Yeah, we got a lot of movement happening towards the front as well. Longe and Burremand swapping for the lead as well alike. They're trying to protect it, knowing that Thomas Ronhaar, well, of course, bidding to become F1 sim racing champion for the first time ever in his 2nd season of F1 sim racing. They'll begin lap 17 of 25. It's Longe, Burremand, Ronhaar, as well as Ozyerim, who's having a career and season best so far, with Fabrizio Donoso now picking up the fastest lap of the race. So many storylines, so much narrative. Jarno Opmeer also in the mix of all this. And watch out for Brendan Lee on 2 lap fresher tyres, the most ahead of him here, or at least 1 lap fresher nonetheless. He is still on the best tyres out of the top 7.
But what does he do when he gets up behind Thomas Ronhaar? Does he go for further positions, or does he hold ranks for the Kik team? Also look further back, Jake Benham is really starting to close in. 4 seconds now the gap. Don't count out those guys who are in the chasing pack. We've heard it from many drivers across this grid. Anyone can win this race, no matter where you are starting on the grid, and that is going to show potentially just here today. Ferrari, though, in a very good position. They're 1 and 2. Barry could, not have a great section on the lead up to the Las Vegas Strip going into the last lap. Thomas Ronhaar might be able to overtake 1 Ferrari, but if there's a big enough gap between the 2 on the last lap, can he do both of them? It's going to be more difficult to do so. So for Ferrari, they need to be in this position. They're going to switch positions right now, but Ronhaar, he wants to get a move on. He's going to get past one of them. Can he get past the second? No, he can't. This is how it currently stands looking at the Drivers' Championship. If everything were to end as it is, Rasmussen would still lead the way, but it would only be a 6-point difference between the top 2.
Yeah, but when I looked at Ronhaar's energy levels, he nearly had a full 100% battery at that point. Incredible. So even if Ferrari were to work together, Ronhaar, flexing that ERS muscle, will have every chance to batter back against the Scuderia. I tell you what, he's come in well armed here to Vegas and has a great chance to potentially land 3 in a row, and what that could mean to that championship tussle. We saw the driver standings as they were. If a race victory were to come for Thomas Ronhaar, like it so potentially could, he's in the best position possible, just waiting in the wings behind Barry Burremand. He's been here before, and I'm sure he'll look to strike at the very last moment, but the perfect moment in order to win here at Vegas.
Speaking of energy, I had a little look over the Ferrari team, and they have also got pretty much a full battery. So they are all now preparing for those last few laps to really fight it out for those top spots in this race. Don't count out Ronhaar. He's still in the fight as well. The Haas driver really impressing during this Las Vegas race, one of the most difficult circuits on the calendar, and he's putting himself right up there. A little bit of a gap between Nicolas Longuet and Thomas Ronhaar, and Ronhaar's going to get a good exit. I'm sure they're going to keep on switching positions because they're also going to watch out for that chasing pack. Ismail Fassi now in 11th position, 1 second, 1.7 seconds off of Ruben Pedreno. Jake Benham dropping down slightly now to 13th, but they're still catching up those drivers.
Yeah, now Thomas Ronhaar takes the lead of the race ahead of Barry Burremand. Ferrari now 2 and 3 with a Kick Sauber leading the way. They head out of the chicane now. They'll make their way down towards Harmon Avenue and then begin lap 19 of 25. They're ticking away. Time is running out. Who is going to be on top come the end of this race? There's lots happening further back. Freddie Rasmussen has just lost out to Pedreno now as well, so the Alpine's moving ahead of the Red Bull. Goodness me, what is happening to Freddie Rasmussen? I tell you what, we saw him in Event 2. He was really bringing it all together, but now with the Alpines landing an assault upon furiously fast Freddie, I tell you what, the pace might have dissipated here, but he's going to come back at Pedreno anyway.
Yeah, Pedreno had basically zero battery left to his name because his rear light was flashing. Freddie's wasn't, as he's going to get squeezed right up to the barrier, but is able to keep it out of there. I'm so annoyed by Freddie, you know, dimming down his HUD. Then I can't tell what battery he's on at the moment, but he's definitely got more than the Alpine driver and is able to squeeze him out and take 10th position. But look behind, you've got Jake Benham also in the Mercedes, licking his lips, waiting in the wings on those soft tyres and prepared to try and charge through the field.
Yeah, I tell you what, and just look at this. Freddie Rasmussen losing the back of Patrick Schipos as well after that big scrap with Ruben Pedreno. He's not outside a second, so he will still have DRS, but a very fraught moment for the Great Dane, who has been so brilliant leading up to this event. And now we're in a situation with Ronhaar potentially on course for a race win, but they do swap the lead still, with Barry Burremand now taking it away, with Longuet also getting closer and closer. Will he take P2 away from Ronhaar? No, stays in behind. Just looks to keep that Kick Sauber in between the pair of them, just managing Ronhaar as it stands. Ferrari working together. We spoke to Burremand earlier on, we spoke to Longuet. They both value each other's efforts as teammates. They know they can work together. Ronhaar, though, is going to try and break them down, and from second place it's going to be fascinating to see whether he can do just that.
Not just second place, everybody. Look at this scrap that's going on. These are the chasing pack. They need to get through the field as quickly as possible, and one of them getting involved in that was Josh Edu in the Red Bull car. Ahead of him is Alfie Butcher, also on, you know, very fresh medium tyres as well. These guys shouldn't really be fighting too much with each other, but Ismail Fassi is falling through the order. Here comes Josh looking to the left-hand side of Alfie Butcher. No, just tucking out that slipstream and trying to cool that engine. No risk for going for an overtake just yet. It's not 100% on, and these guys at this stage of the race need to make sure that these overtakes are 100% on before, you know, risking a front wing in that scenario. Jake Benham unable to break the Alpine at the moment of Ruben Pedreno, but I'm sure he's going to be looking at trying to get past. And the problem that they have is because they have been trying to catch up and chase, they've been using a little bit of ERS. That is going to cost them when they finally get up to the back of the pack. They're unable to overtake because a lot of these guys, especially at the front, are just managing. They're holding as much battery as possible, because if you go too early, you're just going to get swallowed up, you know, 2 laps later. You can't hold on to it. So you have to prepare for the final couple of laps.
Certainly do. Another swap this time around with Ronhaar taking the lead of the race. Nicolas Longuet waiting in the wings as well, with Ronhaar further down, fanning out from this entire train that we have littered across this grid order. The only car detached away from it is Jed Norgrove, who's currently down in P19th position. So there's a train all the way down to P18, and Thomas Ronhaar will take them around yet again. We're on lap 20 of 25, it becomes 21, and further back, Otmir and Blakely going wheel to wheel as well as Ulas Yildirim. The Haas now in jeopardy, as round the outside as well, you've got the Ferrari. In comes Jarno Otmir as he looks to try and challenge challenge. Ulas Özildirim trying to take the place away, but Ulas defending sternly.
Yeah, Jana Otmir had a look around the outside of Ulas Özildirim. That then led to Ulas breaking later and even having a look on the inside of the Ferrari driver through turn 1 and turn 2. Then they all settled and got back into their positions on the exit of turn 3, and it was business as usual. But yeah, they're getting a little bit feisty. They're trying to get themselves in the best position ready for that last lap. And it's all about playing the mind games. They're probably thinking right now, where do I need to be going into that last lap? Do I want to be second? Maybe I want to be third. Actually, fourth might be the best position. So they're thinking at the moment, I need to get into this position ready for the final lap so I can try and give myself the best shot at the race win.
Yeah, definitely. I tell you what, could event 3 bring about 3 becoming the magic number for Thomas Ronhaar? I tell you what, it could be 3 in a row. It'll be 4 in total if he can bring this home. Barry Burman in second. Nicolas Longuet still remains in third, just watching everyone else in behind as Burman now looks for the lead once again here in lap 21. We're coming down to the dying moments. We've only got a mere 3 to 4 laps to go, and they're interchanging at the front non-stop as they have done throughout the course of this race. And the big question is, where is the die going to fall? Where is it going to be cast? Will it be Burman? Will it be Ronhaar? Will it be Longuet? Will it be Özildirim? Maybe Otmir? I tell you what, it could be anybody here at this point, and this is what racing at Las Vegas is all about. It's a mystery, and we love it.
Who knows? Maybe Fabrizio Donoso on that last lap, you know, right down in 18th or 17th position, just uses so much ERS and blitzes past all of them. Wouldn't that be a sight to see? Fabrizio Donoso just overtaking everyone down the strip. But there we go. We're currently watching on board with Nicolas Longuet, third position on the podium at the moment, but they're going to want more. Let's take a look at a replay of what happened earlier on in this race. They're all fighting, scrapping. This is further down at the back of the pack. It's the McLaren driver of Danny Moreno fighting with Ismail Fassi going through the first couple of corners. Fassi ahead, Moreno follows going through turns 1, 2 and 3.
Yeah. Now the strategies are starting to unfold. Obviously, I think Jake Benham's tyres are going to be feeling a little worse for wear over the next couple of laps. He's going to be more concerned about protecting this P10 place because there is a point on the line there. So, and Mercedes will need that because they want to try and advance their standing. At the end of the day, the higher you finish, the better the prize money.
Yeah, but we also want to try and overtake Frederick Rasmussen because he's one place ahead. If they can jump him, you know, take a point off of Frederick Rasmussen, that's going to help them in their fight for the Constructors' Championship.
Yeah, well, in comes Ronhaar again now, tracking Barry Burman. They head down this long straight still. Once again, Ronhaar strikes and makes his way on through past the Ferrari. Lap 22 will soon become lap 23 again. Burman still content in P2. Just a carefully managed operation where it comes to this race. And once again, tracking the Dutchman, Thomas Ronhaar. And now, in this very frail stage of this Las Vegas Grand Prix in the Formula One Sim Racing World Championship, Alvaro Carreton is going to try and blast past Jake Benham, who, with a point on the line, doesn't want to sacrifice it, but the Spaniard will see that he does as he now makes his way through at turn 1. Carreton now bringing definitely crucial points for the Williams team. He is now up into P10 and on the tail of Freddie Rasmussen.
Yeah, if those guys who have boxed a lot later onto the mediums have any, you know, extra life in those tyres, they need to use it right now. We're into the remaining 2.5 laps of this Las Vegas Grand Prix, so those guys need to get a move on. Alfie Butcher now into 11th, overtaking Jake Benham. Sadly, those soft tyres just dropping off now. Wheel to wheel, Alfie Butcher with Josh Edo, and that's Jake Benham, so they're switching positions still. Wheel to wheel at the moment. Jake having a look up the inside, Alfie round the outside, gives him just enough room on the inside of the corner, but I think Butcher's going to get it. He's got 48% battery still left to his name. He's got a great opportunity to try and sneak some points in this race, but so does the Red Bull following behind Josh, who's going to try and follow and also going to try and help out his teammate at the same time, or try and get some good points for the Constructors' Championship.
I tell you what, it would be a disaster for Freddie Rasmussen if he was to go outside the top 10 here, and if Thomas Ronhaar was to win this race. I mean, can you imagine the point swing there as we see Barry Burman taking the lead back once again here on lap 23. The next lap will be the penultimate one, with Thomas Ronhaar now reduced to second. He has got Longuet waiting in the wings in behind Özildirim and Otmir, also waiting patiently for their chance to strike. It's all going to come down to a final lap crescendo, you feel, Hayden Gullis. And I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be in one of these sim rigs while that's going on.
No, this is going to get chaotic. They said it earlier on, it's going to get chaotic, especially these last 2 laps. This first one is all about getting yourself in the right position, ready to go for that final lap. There's going to be a few of them, you know, the guys who are down in 6th, 7th, they might want to try and pick up a couple of places, but they need to be smart about it. They need to make sure they get that overtake, but don't cost them time, so then they're then unable to go on the attack on the last lap. It is Barry Burman who leads the way with Thomas Ronhaar in second position. If it was to end as it is at the moment, with Ronhaar second, Rasmussen in ninth for the championship, Ronhaar should still be behind, but only by a handful of points.
Well, keenly to note as well, I mean, I think, should it remain the way that it is, and I'm working this out based on what I believe to be true, is that with Rasmussen being in ninth, obviously that gives him 2 points coming in after this. If Ronhaar wins this race, I get that he's a point ahead in the championship. So that would mean that Ronhaar would take the lead of the championship, which would be absolutely extraordinary. But first and foremost, he has to get past Barry Brumand, and we know how tough that is. We're coming in now to the tail end, nearly at the final sector, at this very crucial point here at Vegas. And now this time Nicolas Longuet is going to try and disrupt it all, as now round the outside comes Thomas Ronhaar, 3 wide, heading in towards the next chicane. They're going to run wheel to wheel. Longuet's going to push him through. Is Thomas Ronhaar going to take it? He is going to take it. Ronhaar's going to lead them through to begin the final lap of the race. But is that smart, Hayden?
It was smart to overtake one of the Ferraris. I don't know if it was smart to overtake both of them. He might try and let one through down in the run to turn 4 to then get them back on the final lap. They're scrapping away the Ferraris. He's sort of in a sandwich at the moment. Now the 2 Ferraris go wheel to wheel through the first couple of corners. Who's going to come out on top? It's Barry who leads, Nicholas in third, and Jarno Opmeer has found himself up in a 4th position. Is that the spot you want to be to go on the attack in the final DRS straight?
Get your popcorn, folks. This is about to get serious. Jarno fanning all over the back of Longuet now, and knows that he must put the moves on in order to try and lay his hands on a podium. And I know that Jarno would savour it as well. It'll be his 27th podium if he should obtain it, but there's still the small matter of just over half a lap to go. Ronhaar in front, nearly half a second plus here at this point, nearly 6/10 in fact clear up at the front of the field. So Barry Burman's going to be under pressure, but he will have the use of DRS when it becomes available.
Yeah, there's a big crash at the back of the field. It looks like Jake Benham in the Mercedes being caught up with Simon Weigang and maybe Jed Norgrove and Ruben Pedreno there. But let's get on to the last straight. Who's going to get it?
Well, we'll soon find out. They're going to make their way down the straight, and Thomas Ronhaar has got to defend vehemently. He knows that time is running out. Lap 25, he holds this lead. A win will put him definitely, I'm sure, to the head of the championship. But in comes now Barry Burman, who's going to try and break his heart. Heading through now, in towards the chicane. Burman now takes the lead of the race. He'll now look to proceed and take his 3rd F1 Sim Racing World Championship victory. And Ferrari bidding to become a certainly a 1-2 here at Vegas. They rolled the dice. It's Barry Burman, your victor here at Vegas. And it's Longuet who takes P2, Ferrari 1-2, and Jarno Opmeer moves into 3rd.
There was a huge crash right across the start-finish line. I think it was the McLaren of Lucas Blakely that just about managed to cross the line and take home 9th position. But that was an incredible strategy from Ferrari on the last lap. They let Ronhaar lead. They let him get away slightly, allowed Barry to overtake and use all of his battery to get into the lead and fight with Thomas Ronhaar. Let Ronhaar drain all of his battery and drop into 2nd place. Longuet, though, used the DRS to slipstream off them, get right tucked up behind, but still saved a little bit of battery left over to blitz it out of that final corner and down to the start-finish straight to take home a 1-2 for the Ferrari team. This Constructors' Championship is back on, and that is a huge amount of points for the Ferrari team, especially with the Red Bulls not scoring so highly. Frederick Rasmussen was able to drive back to 6th place, and that's going to be great for his championship. It looks like Thomas Ronhaar also overtaken by Jarno Opmeer at the end of that race. I can confirm it was Lucas Blakely who had that collision across the line. I'm looking forward to maybe Marcel's analysis after this race, see if they caught the onboard from what happened in that crash right at the end, because I'm sure not only did Lucas Blakely get caught up, but it might be a few other drivers. Alfie Butcher talking about maybe what happened in that race. I mean, his qualifying wasn't great this time around. Ulas was in a really good position, but for Ulas Ozildurim, a fantastic result for the Haas driver as well. 5th position at one of the most difficult tracks on the circuit.
Tell you what, the Knights in shining scarlet here at Vegas, and they will celebrate. It's Barry Burman taking his 3rd career race victory. And let's take a look at the replay of this crash. Hayden, digest this for us.
Yeah, so just look in the background. So this is the overtakes. This is the last lap overtake. So watch how Ronhaar has to go to the outside. This is the previous lap. So this is Ronhaar. He has to get past one of the Ferraris. He was probably hoping that the inside Ferrari of Nicolas Longuet would go for the overtake so that he would be in that 2nd position. But Longuet, the Ferrari drivers, knew their strategy. They held behind, let Ronhaar take the lead, and that puts them both both in the best position to go for the overtake. So great strategy there from the Ferrari team. They're wheel to wheel, down in towards turn 1. This is sort of to block everybody else and don't give anyone else a chance to go maybe up the inside into turn 1 and turn 2 and still hold that second position. So Ferrari have done a fantastic job to hold that. And I believe Claire is chatting with our podium sitter, Jarno Opmeer.
I am indeed talking to Jarno. We're just getting you in your right position. You've got to be on the spot. Got to be on the spot. Speaking of being on the spot, you were on the pace. Wow, 5th to 3rd. But you just waited and you just watched the little fights going on in front of you. And just at that final moment, you lunged.
Yeah, I had a few goes at Ulas in front of me, but yeah, everyone was hitting the limiter of the straight. So once you hit the limiter, you can't do anything anymore. You can send it down the inside of someone, but it's very risky because everyone is in a DRS train. If you slightly miss your braking point, you hit the car ahead of the person you're trying to overtake. So it was very risky. But yeah, in the end, I just had to be a little bit patient. The lap everyone boxed, like Ulas, Freddy, was just a little bit too early to have good pace in the last few laps. And that's why I decided to go for lap 9, which, yeah, maybe looking back at it was a bit conservative. But yeah, in a race like this, it's hard to make the right call, because if fighting starts to happen up front, then everyone on the alternate strategy catches up really fast. So it's really hard to make the right decision. But yeah, P5 to P3. Really happy that I just survived the race, to be honest, because yeah, it could have been a lot more chaotic.
I was going to say, it was very respectful out there. I don't know if it's because people hadn't raced around here competitively in F1 sim racing, or just that people were, I don't know, trying to get there. It was very, I don't want to say reserved, but it was everyone was quite respectful.
Yeah, a lot of drivers, or I think all the drivers, have raced in a league race around Las Vegas, which was really chaotic. Many times, actually, I think 2 or 3 times they've done league racing, and yeah, every single time it was chaos. So I think everyone's a little bit calm. And yeah, maybe a little bit too calm, because I didn't see a lot of people making a lot of overtakes. So yeah, just happy I got a good set of points. Realistically, we're out of the Drivers' Championship anyway. I don't think it's even possible to still win mathematically. But yeah, we still got the Constructors to try and win. So we're going to try and do that.
And a good push for you as well. I feel like you've really been pushing this weekend, or this week rather, and just to finish on a high for the 2023 season.
Yeah, I've had a lot of PC issues, which has harmed my week a little bit, especially in qualifying, where you have to really be on the limit. If you get 3 screen freezes in a corner, then it's, yeah, your lap is done, you lose 2 tenths, and then you have to start over again. And then then you still need to actually not make any mistake driving-wise. So yeah, it's been a really tough week, but thus far I feel like I've got the maximum out of it. There's not been a single quali where I haven't had issues. So.
We'll go again. We'll go again in Qatar. Congratulations. A podium for you, Jarno. And let's bring in Nicholas Longay. Come on in. Congratulations. Wow, what an amazing fight. I mean, we never knew halfway through the race who was going to win. Coming to the end of the race, who was going to win. And just at the end, we had no idea. It was a fascinating battle. And you and your teammate once again worked together.
Yeah, honestly, that was the longest race of my life, to be honest. I mean, finishing 1-2, there's nothing better in this championship. And I think this was probably the hardest track to do it in. How you have to manage your position you're in, the ERS, and just the DRS with the back straight is just so powerful. So it was a team game the whole way through. I'm so happy for Barry that he got the win, and I managed to get P2. I was going to be happy with a P3 because I knew it was going to be hard to maybe catch that 9 tenths that I had to Thomas, but he used a bit too much battery at the beginning, so he had no battery at the end, and that's why I managed to get him right before the line, and also I think Jarno got him before the line as well. So yeah, I mean, that was just a very long race.
But you forced Thomas to use all that battery between the two of you. That teamwork was the reason that you were able to, jump him, and Jarno jump him. So he's probably going to give you congratulations as well. But it really worked well, and this is what we were talking about before with you. How strong this is to have a teammate like Barry.
Yeah, it's really hard to compete in a 1v2 scenario like that. I mean, there's nothing that Thomas can do at that point. I mean, I saw he wanted to stay behind for the last lap, but I just started using all my ERS, so I had to push him in front. We managed to stay behind them and defend all the cars behind as well at the same time, so that was very crucial for the 1-2 at the end.
And were you quite glad it wasn't as chaotic as people were saying it was going to be?
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised at how clean and just unchaotic it was. I was expecting a bunch of crashes and stuff going on, but I think it was just how we played it so perfectly at the front. There was just no miscommunication. We overtook exactly when we needed to, and there was just no mistake at all.
Another race to go, obviously, today, and then we're going to finish in Abu Dhabi. Qatar's very different. It's an incredibly different track. We've spoken about this before. How confident are you feeling after picking up a podium?
Yeah, well, Barry's starting P1 again, so I think he's going to feel very confident in that track, and he's very fast there too. And it's actually way harder to overtake there, so qualifying was very important for him in Qatar. Hopefully, maybe, I think I'm starting P5, so I can still make up some ground, maybe get a double podium again would be very lovely.
Yeah. We never know. You never know in sim racing. Speaking of Barry, Ariana, I believe you've got him there.
We have indeed. Lovely to hear from Nicholas and also my mind's just gone blank. God, it's been a long day. It's been a long day. Nice to hear from Nicholas and Jarno, but now it's time to hear from our winner, Barry. How are you feeling after that? I mean, you've had a moment to breathe now.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really hard race. I knew it. Like, I think every driver knew it before the event that this is gonna be the most chaotic race ever in F1 Esports. And I'm sorry. And first of all, I don't want to say, like, I'm really happy, of course, for the win, but we got 1-2, which makes it special. And I have to mention, like, this is not only my win, and I have to mention it was Nico's as well. He did everything. He did everything. Like, I only passed and played with Thomas the DRS game, but he did everything. He managed the whole race behind me. He was literally like a wall. And I already told him that the win was for him. It was his win. But I'm super happy that I got the win. After, I think I had a really good momentum, but then the Brazil quali happened. It was out of my control. Just when I started the lap, there was fully rainy. I think I fully lost so much points, let's say, because in Brazil is one of the hardest track to start from the back. But today is a new day. We got 1-2 last night. We as a team were really gutted. We spoke together, everyone, like as a team. We said, tomorrow it's gonna be our day. We not gonna mention. Hopefully we're gonna be lucky. We don't care. Tomorrow is gonna be our day, and we started the day with 1-2, 2 poles as well. It's been amazing. What can I say? And hopefully next one will be not better, because it can't go better than this, but same as this.
Firstly, congratulations. What a drive from not only yourself, but also your teammate, as you've alluded to. At what stage of this race did it develop that you can both pull out a 1-2 and if you work together? Because I don't know if it was planned in that last 2 laps, but to let Ronhaar have the lead, and then you get him down the straight, and then Nicholas just to follow you, save a bit of battery, and then get him down into the final corner.
Yeah, that was the thing. Of course, in Vegas, because it's a long straight, you always want to be P2. Mm-hmm. And then I saw Thomas didn't want to pass me in the lap 24. And then Nico started pushing ERS, so he has to pass. Otherwise, Nico will pass him, and then it's 1-2. Mm-hmm. So he passed me, and then in the main straight, I passed Thomas, and then Nico saved a bit of a battery because he knew maybe Thomas used the whole straight. So at the end of the last corner, he pushed all of his ERS, and Thomas was blinking, so he just passed him, and we got 1-2. It was just amazing. I don't know how to explain it. It was one of the best moments of my life.
Yeah, I mean, Barry, it's another chapter on the team's championship mission. I mean, we've got Red Bull up at the front at the moment, but that one too is going to put a huge dent in them. Obviously, given the fact that Rasmussen dropped a few places, did gain a few back, but you know, again, Red Bull not optimising their scoring. Where do you see your chances in the team's championship?
I think if I want to be honest, I think after Brazil, I even spoke to the team. I think the driver championship is kind of, I don't want to say gone, but it's not really, let's say, not fully possible for me. And it's not my main focus. Like, I'm not thinking about that. So we're mainly thinking about bringing home the constructor. I think we as a team, we have been so unlucky this year. Like, especially for all of us. I think this year was one of the unluckiest seasons I have ever seen. But still, we're trying our best. And like example for Nico in Zandvoort, Jedi got wing damage, and so many other races. But we're just focusing on constructor, and hopefully we can bring it home.
You might have been unlucky earlier in this season, but today things are certainly going right. Barry, huge congratulations once again for not only your victory, but the team's 1-2. It was fantastic to watch that going down to the line.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us. Right, let's have a little look at the race results, shall we?
Yep, here's how things stack up at the end of that Las Vegas race. Not as chaotic as we were expecting, but maybe a little bit more behaved, that there was a lot of money on the line for this. But Barry Burman, he comes out on top. And it's a Ferrari 1-2 with Nicolas Longuet in second. Jarno Opmeer completes the podium positions. Thomas Ronhaar was looking good for him to really get close into the championship, but dropped down to 4th position. Ulash Özildirim, what a fantastic drive from the rookie, up into 5th position. Fredrik Rasmussen recovered to P6. Brendan Lee in 7th. Alvaro Carreton 8th. That driver crashing at the end, it was Lucas Blakely. He was 6th going into that triple chicane, came out of it and crossed the line. 9th. Does classify though as he did cross the line and he DNF'd afterwards. Alfie Butcher rounds out the points positions though and finishes in P10. Out of the points, just outside is Josh Ido in the Red Bull. And it's Ismail Fassi, Danny Moreno, Patrick Schipos, Ruben Pedrino. Then we've got Fabrizio Donoso. Jed Norgrove, not a good day for the Alpha Tauri team, was off the pace. And then Simon Weigand getting tangled up with Jake Benham, 18th and 19th. And Tom Manny, unfortunately, with that damage early on, did not finish.
Thank you very much. And we also know who won our DHL Fastest Lap Award as well. That was Brendan Lee. So very huge congratulations to him. Fastest lap in lap 12. Shall we look at the standings after that? Because I have a feeling that that's going to have tightened things up a little bit.
Yeah, okay, let's take a look at the driver's standings and see how this all stacks up. So Fredrik Rasmussen still leads the way, but it's an 18-point difference now. Thomas Ronhaar, he did catch up, but not as much as he would have liked. Barry, though, 119. Still, as Barry said, it's not realistic, but it is still mathematically possible. And just like we saw yesterday with Thomas Ronhaar having an amazing day, could this be Barry Burman's day to get himself back into the championship? Jarno Opmeer as well, another driver. It is mathematically possible, but again, unrealistic. Alfie Butcher's still in 5th position. Nicolas Longuet rises up to P6 with that 2nd place. Lucas Blakely still just staying around that 7th position with Ismail Fassi in 8th. Brendan Lee gets up to 9th position with that 7th place finish, and Josh Ido breaks into the top 10. Further down the field, and the guys outside the top 10, Danny Beresney and Jake Benham, the 2 Mercedes drivers. Tom Manley will get a really good chance to score some good points later on at Qatar, but for this one, at the moment, he's 13th in the standings on 23 points. Right down the back of the grid, though, we've got Patrick Schipos and Ruben Pedrino, both of those two on 2 points, and then our 4 drivers who have yet to score.
Yes, and taking a look at the constructor standings as well, this might be where the majority of damage is done, and Ferrari have now proceeded to go higher than Red Bull. They've taken the lead of the constructor standings, 194 points after the 1-2, with a successful 1-2 round Vegas. Red Bull now reduced to 2nd, with Kick F1 Sim Racing in 3rd, Mercedes in 4th. In terms of movements further down, Alpine still remaining in 10th. Now this time Aston Martin up in 9th. And Williams now down to 7th with McLaren Shadow in 6th. Haas still operating in 5th.
Thank you very much. Well, look at that. We say anything can happen in esports. Ferrari sitting at the top of those standings. But right now, Marcel has joined us back on the desk. Marcel, thoughts after that race?
Ferrari executed it perfectly.
Yeah.
They did it again. They are strong in quality. They finally got their 1-2, which they wanted to already get in Event 2 with Stanford. But now, without any kind of rain chaos, they actually managed to do it. And this was still a Vegas chaos, so they learned from something. And Ronhaar still amazing job, but in the end, he got kind of caught out. He actually forgot, I think, that Opmeer was sitting behind. And we all know Jarno, he's just a smart guy. So he's seeing these 3 drive the whole race next to each other, like overtaking, and they're just spamming their battery because Ronhaar wants a gap. Jarno was just saving up his whole battery, and then out of the final corner, he just overtook him with ease. Like there was no struggle for him to get past. There was an easy overtake. So yeah, it was just smart from Jarno again. And Rasmussen with also a very lucky moment. Also my highlight reel that I prepared again.
Yes.
I have this moment where Freddy got past from P9 to P6. And it's actually crazy. He was super, super lucky. Like he didn't do a crazy move or anything. It was just that there was chaos unfolding. And we're starting off with the highlight reel. It was at the pit stops. Like I said, that's where the chaos would unfold. Getting undercut by a lot of cars. Also, Fredrik Rasmussen was Thomas Ronhaar. And now Ronhaar's making the move in lap 11. Freddy again not closing the door, similar to Brazil yesterday. He's just sometimes there too nice. I feel like he's just too kind and. I mean, he's fighting for the championship, and this is his direct rival. I would have shut the door right away when I saw him. And Freddy is just like, either he's super, super patient playing the long game because he's still ahead, but I don't know, like here also, Ronhaar is not waiting. Little moment from Blakely, and he's like, this is my spot. Getting ahead, lap 12, so he's making progress. He's again in the leading pack. And another move from, actually, Ronhaar's teammate, Brendan Lee. Amazing battle here. a bit tight. Freddie got pushed off from the curb into Brandon, so that's just what happens there. No damage for either of the cars. Brandon gets the move done. And also Frederick is trying to fight back because he also got passed by both Alpine. He was sitting in P10, so he was already close to scoring no points at all. And then you can see they are so close to the wall here, like nearly making contact. It's actually wild, like the side-by-side action in this race. After the pit stops, it was just amazing to watch. Actually not too many crashes until the start-finish line, and this is where everything happened. Ferrari overtaking Thomas Ronhaar, and Ronhaar saying no into the final 2 corners. I want to stay ahead, and I actually think, I'm not sure if that was a mistake. I think Ronhaar should have settled for P3, and there you can see, lap 25, Jake Benham, this is what happened. There was a crash ahead, and he got caught up in that, so I don't know what happened to, is it Simon Weigang? Yeah, he has lost his wing, and then it was just a chain reaction. There it is, final lap, Lucas Blakely actually crashing out into the wall, because I think he's making contact there, yeah. So it was a bit optimistic, but it was just crossing the start-finish line. He was lucky that it's not further back. And this is what happened with Freddie. So they get tangled, Brandon, the McLaren, and also, I think, Alvaro, and he's just wiping through. Like, that was the easiest triple overtake I've ever seen in the series. So good for Freddie. And with that, he secured so many points, because otherwise he would have been P9, 2 points. I don't know how many points you actually score in P6. And this is what happened with Jarno. You can see he's a rocket. And just barely, it is a photo finish, 0.003 of a second, passing Ronhaar, and with that also costing Ronhaar important points in the championship standing. So you didn't see that actually live, but I was like, this is mind-blowing.
yeah, I was confused when we looked at the standings and I saw Jarno was third.
Yeah.
Ronhaar was in a prime position. It just didn't look, and we didn't see that in the background. So that is
focused
incredible.
on the Ferrari one too, weren't we?
Yeah, you can see the rear light flashing of Ronhaar, because he already used everything. He tried to create a gap to Bari at the beginning of the lap, and he managed to do that, but then in the end he didn't have anything left for the final straight. That's where Jarno was just like, okay, thank you very much. I don't need to do anything. I just need to deploy, and this is an easy pass. Still close, but worked out for him. And with Freddie also, this triple overtake. You couldn't be luckier. In this situation where he was today, the race didn't go to his plans. And then in the final corner, he just gets 3 positions for free.
Yeah, unreal. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Really was quite something. Lots of strategy coming into play there from the drivers. Very smart racing, which we love to see. We just had a couple of the drivers watching your highlight reel there, and I could hear them sighing and gasping at some of those close moments. But we have a bit of a breather now before we go to Qatar, although I feel like there is a lot of energy in the studio now. That's definitely encouraged Ferrari, and I think it's made some of the other drivers as well perk up a little bit. How are we feeling looking ahead to Qatar?
I'm really excited. I love the circuit. I think there's great racing around there. It's one of those that you've just got to be on it fully through every single lap, because one mistake and you can easily pick up some warnings and some penalties around here. Difficult to overtake, and that's going to really benefit the Ferrari driver of Barry. Could we see another day like yesterday, where it was Ronhaar's day then, is Barry's day today? Will he get back in the championship? I hope so, because I want to see a 3-horse fight till the end.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine if we finish that race and we're back into a 3-way fight?
Well, that would be 3 drivers doing back-to-backs. I mean, that would be unbelievable if Barry manages to achieve that. But that's his third win of his career. So if he does win the next one, he gains number 4. Incredible job for Nicolas Longuet as well to do the teammate favours. I must say, for Freddie, it was right on the line. There was moments there. We had a situation where Ronhaar was leading the championship coming through the latter stage of that race. I actually thought it was over for Freddie at one point, but I have to say credit to him for coming back against the Alpines, taking full advantage, because that's exactly what you need to do in this series.
It is indeed. Now, Marcel, I think we're going to send you back out shortly to get some goss from the drivers. So we're going to go on a little break. Don't go anywhere. Do join us. Marcel's going to be chatting to some of the drivers in the Players' Lounge. And then we will come back for our final race of the day. But for now, Ferrari 1-2, and we can't wait to see what happens in Qatar.
course, we had to mix quite a few things for me, especially at the start of my career. I had to mix school, karting, and of course esports. But unfortunately, I had to quit school to focus on my dream, which is sim racing and being an esports driver.
I think we need to go towards the front of the field because there's been one man who has dominated the first event here for the F1 Sim Racing World Championship. He's been critiqued, and this is how he responds. Thomas Ronhaar wins the first race of the season. He wins the Bahrain Grand Prix. What a result for Thomas Ronhaar.
And it was hard to make the decision to quit school, but luckily I have a good family, the best I could ever imagine. And great schoolmates, a great school I was in that managed to, get me in a position where I can focus on only esports. And yeah, very happy to get the opportunity. And yeah, here we are.
Welcome back to another driver interview, and we have just one of the most talked about drivers on the grid. He's a rookie from 2022, and he immediately impressed everyone. He was actually one of the most controversial drivers also on the grid, and he's now sitting here. It's Thomas Ronhaar from the Kick F1 sim racing team. So Thomas, nice to have you here. How are you feeling today?
I feel awesome. Had some good moments today. Yeah, started off great with qualifying. Got P4 in the end in Las Vegas. It's a lottery track, so yeah, I enjoyed it. Gained on my rifle, and yeah, can't wait for the coming race.
Yeah, awesome. One question about Vegas. I will leave you alone with that because I know you're probably not too happy at finishing P4, but what was your thinking going into lap 24 and lap 25? I mean, you had to fight two drivers at once, so you technically didn't have one car. You had literally one car that was this long instead of this because the Ferraris were just like a train.
Yeah, no, I started to realize that Freddie was quite far behind in like P9, P10 region, so I decided to not play any games and play it safe and go for P3 ideally. Maybe even P2, but I made I wouldn't say rookie error, but I made an error by deploying too much battery on the first straight, the first really long straight, and that eventually made me run a deployment on the last whole straight pretty much, and that's why Jarno picked me by 3,000s. So really unlucky, but like I said, it's many things that happen still. 2 races left. Anything can happen.
Okay, so it was actually intentional what you did there. It wasn't like that you thought you could still actually like easily win it from there. You were already thinking you would probably be P3 whilst overtake. Okay, that's cool. Because I was thinking maybe you made a mistake there, but you can see these drivers think of the long game and not just of the smaller picture. And he couldn't tell that Freddie is actually going to pass 3 more cars on the final straight. Yeah. When he saw that, we were probably pretty annoyed, right?
Yeah, I mean. When I saw like a lot of things happen in the last lap, like I went from P1 to P4 last lap, Freddie went from 10th to 6th. Like that's Las Vegas for you. And anything in the last 3 laps, I would say, is literally a lottery. If you get lucky with incidents like Freddie had on the last lap, it was in his favor. So yeah, fair enough. It's one of those tracks where you literally not predict anything. So yeah.
But honestly, amazing job. Anyways, I mean, P4, you can be happy with that, as you could have been also taken out. We know what can happen in Vegas.
Yeah.
Now the next race is Qatar. You're starting again in a great spot, again P2. You're maybe slowly turning into Fred Rasmussen 2.0 because you are Mr. P2 now in what was it, Vegas and also Qatar. Yeah. Yesterday it was, I think, P1 in Brazil. No, or was it Brazil?
Yeah, P1.
Yeah, okay. And what is your thinking now that you're only having to fight one Ferrari, but you have also a Red Bull close by, which is Fred's teammate?
Well, I wouldn't say I have only one Ferrari. I have a whole, team of Ferrari because I don't know where Nico is. I think P5, and then you have Tom Manley and Josh, who are definitely gonna work together as a team, let's say. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of things in Qatar that might happen, even though it's a very hard track to overtake. Probably the hardest one out of the 5. The complete opposite of Las Vegas, pretty much. Yeah, strategy is going to be important to keep the track position. A lot of people will pit very early, probably earlier than they can even imagine. So keep an eye on that. But yeah, if nothing goes wrong, it should be a good race for the championship, and all to play for.
Awesome. Now, you've been last year one of the drivers that were super controversial because a lot of people, including myself, I have to admit, on the grid, we're assuming that you were doing things that were not possible on the game. I'm not going to mention the word because I don't want to get in trouble and I don't want to get you in trouble. We're just going to, I think most people inside the scene know that a lot of people couldn't believe how fast you were, especially in your first year against all of these veterans. Your average quali was in F1 Esports, which is tighter than real F1. I think way better than from Max Verstappen, even though he has this rocket ship of a car in real life, which is unbelievable. And so you proved everyone wrong this year, but you had to suffer a lot last year from a lot of online abuse, and everyone seemed to turn against you, and you can still feel it nowadays. There are still comments about you, but you've proved yourself. Nobody can tell you off anymore. How did you deal with that? Because you're very young. You even committed to quitting school last year to focus on F1 Esports or F1 sim racing, which is such a commitment. This is one of the sacrifices that these drivers take just to practice more because they believe in their dream. They know what they can do. They commit to their teams and their goals, and they just do crazy things like that. So how did you cope with that?
Yeah, no, it was a hard year. 2023 especially was I wouldn't say a year to forget as a social guy, but it was hard. I wasn't even 18 yet at the time, so yeah, it was a struggle. At the moment, to be honest, all the comments made right now, I couldn't care less. It just gives me energy to keep going and put some great performances out there. But yeah, when you see the message for the first time, it's not tens of hundreds, it's thousands of people constantly DMing you, and yeah, it was really hard at the start. But when you eventually, it may sound weird, but get used to it. It's you take control of it and eventually get more matured throughout the whole way. And I think if event 1 helped to be able to win by such a margin, to just close everything. It felt really, really nice, and that was such a confidence boost as well for event 2. Started off amazing, and eventually the day 2 and day 3 weren't great. Only scored 5 points, but still, like I said, all to play for. And if you just keep yourself, because I know for myself, if I just keep doing what I'm doing, nothing can go wrong. That's the mentality I have. I know what I can do best, which is driving as fast as possible over one lap and in a race distance, and that's what I did.
I mean, no comments to that. You're an amazing person, Thomas, and I'm also very sorry for also thinking back then. So yeah, you deserve everything. I wish you all the best, and maybe you can clinch the title today or tomorrow. So yeah, all the best. I think it would be tomorrow.
I don't think today because it's not possible, but we'll try.
Okay, best of luck. And next up, we are having a very special guest from the Ferrari Esports team. You will find out in a second who it is.
Across the line comes Longe, goes fastest immediately, a 1:14.650. Heads up towards the line, he does go second fastest, Nicholas Longe. He'll make his way towards the line, trumps there, Lucas Blakely. Coming through now the stadium section once again, the Iranian looking to try and power on through and potentially enlist a pole time that will take him from being second best to fastest.
Contact again. Danny this time wheel-to-wheel banging with Longe. Longe forced him off the circle. Like, you're not getting through like that on me. And he's really aggressive at the moment. As they head down to the bus stop chicane, it's Barry around the outside.
Yeah, he's coming around the outside and blocks him up. Barry Burman's for the lead of the race. What a way to win at Spa. But Blakely coming back. He's not letting it go. Contact as they make their way out. But for the second time here in Belgium, it's Barry Burman who takes a sensational victory.
So, and now you're going to find out who that special guest is. We have here the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team boss, Tiziana Micozzi.
Yeah.
Right?
Ciao Marcelli, yes, this is right.
Tiziana. So, that was actually my pick. I really wanted to have her on the show. She doesn't like interviews too much, but we don't have to tell anyone. But she is loved by everyone on the grid for a reason. She's super lovely. She's a big boss. She's dealing so well. She signed up Barry, she signed up Nico, and also Istvan. An amazing bunch of engineers and team behind. And they are killing it. They are currently P1. After this race, I think it's a perfect time to actually get the person who's working behind the scenes.
Yeah. Finally, we got the P1 and P2. I think that we really deserve it. It was time to win. And I'm super happy. I think it's the first time for Ferrari P1 and P2.
That's good.
From the start of the
really?
Yeah.
Never happened before. I think, Tunisia was usually always winning. And
but never P1, P2.
That's an amazing achievement.
Yeah,
well done.
Super proud. Thank you.
So, and let us know, how is it working with Barry and Nico? I know they are two crazy boys in Maranello.
No, I love the guys. They are not shy.
Yeah.
Not shy. Very demanding. But I mean, I think that we are a great team. There is a very beautiful atmosphere, good feeling. Especially Nico and Barry, they are very friends. So, I mean, we work very well. They work hard. We have a facility in Maranello, so they practice a lot of hours every day. So let's keep pushing.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And guys, just a little bit of support in the chat for Tiziana. She's doing amazing, right? She doesn't need to be nervous. She's the natural.
Now I'm a little bit nervous because we still have 2 races.
Yeah, but it's fine. The boys are doing well. They're in a great position. And I mean, Barry again in P1, and I think Nico starting P6?
P5.
P5.
Yeah.
One Red Bull ahead, the other one is not even in the point scoring position. Then we have, I think, also Jano in a pretty decent position.
Yeah.
And of course, Thomas and Kik, they are also there. But I'm confident they will do well. Yeah. I think you are too.
Let's be confident, be
yes.
positive.
Yes.
Yes.
You're always positive,
yes.
so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, how is it for Ferrari? How are the boys, because they are in Maranello, actually in the factory of the Scuderia.
Yeah.
How's the whole factory dealing with this new wave of esports and virtual motorsports? Because I know initially Ferrari joined 1 year later than the other teams, but now you guys are super invested.
2 years later.
2 years later,
yes,
really?
Yeah, we started in 2019.
Okay, but 2018 was the first year with team, so you only joined 1 year later.
Yeah.
All good, no worries. But so how is it? How is everyone embracing the new wave of esports? Because I've also seen the boys were allowed to drive in the simulators, actually.
Yes, yeah, they tested the F1 simulator a couple of weeks ago. I mean, I think that we really believe in esports, and I started to work for esports in 2020, end of 2020. I was before working in Formula One. I worked for Formula One in 15 years. I believe that esports is part of the future. So, and yeah, the company is with me. I report directly to Fred. So we are going well.
So do you think the next Charles Leclerc will come from the Scuderia Ferrari esports program?
I don't know, who knows?
You're going to sign him up, surely. If someone does it, then you. No, that's amazing. And also I've seen and Carlos as well.
Both of them.
Yes?
Yes, Carlos and Charles. Every time they see the guys, they make a lot of questions. They really want to understand how it works, how many hours they practice, about setup, strategy. They really like esports.
Okay. Yeah. And what's their sin in terms of Italian food? What are they doing where you're like, no, these are not Ferrari drivers?
No, I mean, they love Italian food.
Okay.
They really eat a lot.
Okay.
They love our restaurant because in Ferrari we have a restaurant. No, they are happy. They are happy to be in Italy. They love Italian food.
I can imagine. I can imagine. Do they learn Italian? I mean, Nico knows fluently,
Nico,
I think.
Yeah, Nico speaks very well Italian. Barry understands some words.
Okay.
Because I think that in his, when he was younger, when he was a child, he lived for a bit in Italy when he was in kart.
Yeah.
So he understands a little bit, but he doesn't speak Italian.
Okay. One more story about Tiziana just recently. Yesterday was the first race, I think at 5 p.m., right?
Yeah.
And she just arrived perfectly on time for this race after flying back from Miami, because she's not just involved in the esports side, she's also part of the actual team. So she's also track side. I think you're mostly at also the track, right?
Yes, I was in Miami because I'm like coordinating all the marketing activities for our 2 girls in the F1 Academy, Maya Aurelia. So yes, Miami was very, very busy, a busy weekend, loud. A lot of activities, but it went well. But I wanted to be here, so I took a flight from Miami straight to Stockholm because I need to be here with the guys.
That tells everything about you.
Yeah.
You're an amazing team boss, you're an amazing person, and I think the boys can be glad to have someone special like you in their lives to support them in their racing. So keep being who you are.
Grazie.
Grazie a te.
And well, then I wish you the best of luck for the next few races, and hopefully they can bring it back home for you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tiziana. And now we are heading into another break, and after that we will be right back for the next race.
Welcome back to the 2024 F1 Sim Racing World Championship and welcome to our final race of the day. Las Vegas, a thing of the past. Now it is time to turn our attention to Qatar, where the drivers will be tackling this track for the first time in this series. In Las Vegas, it was a 1-2 for Ferrari, filled with emotion, and they set themselves up in a lovely position to try to claim victory again. But before we get to that, let's have a little look at how things are in the standings. We saw some gaps closing up in the standings after that race, but it is still Freddie Rasmussen who leads the drivers' standings with 150 points, but that gap has closed slightly with 132 points for Thomas Ronhaar in second. Barry managing to edge closer with 119 points after that victory in Las Vegas. And Jarno Opmeer in fourth place with 106 points. Alfie Butcher sits in fifth with 81 points. Nicholas Longuet with 75. Lucas Blakely 69 points. Ismail Farsi 53. Brendan Lee 45. And Josh Edo rounding up that top 10 with 37 points. As we continue down, Daniel Brezhnev with 33 points. And as we continue looking down, we get down to Joni Tormala, who has 10 points. And then we make our way to the drivers, who haven't quite hit double digits yet. Simon Weigang with 5 points. All the way down the order to 26th with Will Lewis with no points on the board yet. On the constructors' standings, things have changed. Ferrari now sit at the top of the standings with 194 points after that double podium, a 1-2 for the team, overtaking Red Bull, who sit on 187 points. Then 10 points between Red Bull and Kick F1. Mercedes down in fourth with 166 points, Haas with 91, McLaren with 81, Williams 73. Little bit of a gap to AlphaTauri, who sit in eighth with 50, Aston Martin with 8, and then Alpine at the bottom of the pack with 4. We saw in Las Vegas just how quickly those standings can swing. And of course, we have Qatar coming up as well, so we could see things changing once again. But for now, let's have a little chat to some of the team members who aren't in the Sims gearing up for the race. I'm joined now by Wilson Hughes from McLaren Shadow. Wilson, how are the team feeling?
Yeah, I mean, we're feeling pretty good. It's been a tough few races, but we're still in high spirits. You know, we've got 2 races left, and we're looking to finish the season on a high.
And looking at Las Vegas, the first time that we've raced around there, we saw Lucas having that crash at the end of it. Can you tell us a little bit more about what happened there?
I'm really not too sure. I'm pretty sure the stewards decided the NFA, but we're really not going to use too much headspace focusing on it anymore. We've got Qatar coming up now, and that's our full focus.
Absolutely, full focus to the race ahead. Qatar, first time that we'll be racing there as well. Tell us about what the team are looking out for in this race.
Yeah, well, we expected Vegas to be a little bit more interesting than it was, and we expect Qatar to be a bit more tame than Vegas, but we don't know. There's a lot of surprises so far this season, so yeah, we'll wait and see.
And what's the atmosphere like in the camp at the moment in Event 3? I mean, everything is nearing ahead now, final few races, as you said. Positive? Do you feel like you have reached the potential that you could have this season, or are you lamenting some missed opportunities?
Yeah, we have a positive mindset. We're always very positive. Obviously, the season's maybe not went the way we wanted to, but that's racing. These things happen. And yeah, it is what it is, really. We'll keep pushing. We've got 2 races to go, like I said, and we'll see what we can do. Hopefully, we can end on a high.
Absolutely, of course, we'll be hoping for that. Thank you so much for joining us. Good luck to the team for this race. Excited to see how it goes. Thank you, Wilson.
Cheers.
Claire, who have you managed to find?
I've come down to Aston Martin. Duncan Hoffland, the development driver at Aston Martin. It's a little bit quieter for you. I guess you're not on the sim today, but you've been incredibly busy over the last couple of days. Can you just talk us through what your role is here?
Well, yeah, we I've been practicing at the facility in the UK, and I am a development driver in the team as well. So I've spent a lot of time in the sim as well, last few weeks. So it's also nice to not be driving as much as the past few days. So that's good. But yeah, just practicing with the guys as well, which I think is quite good. Knowing what they are capable of and now engineering them. They ask for it and they like the idea as well. And it's been alright so far. And hopefully we can get better results in the final 2 races at least.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Still all to play for in sim racing, of course. As we know, things change really, really quickly. Heading into this track? Is it one that should suit the drivers, do you think? Or is it one that might be a little bit of a weakness for them?
Well, for Simon, it's a very good track. Obviously, he got P5 in qualifying, but then got a 3-place grid penalty. So he dropped to P8. Still, he is very confident around here. Obviously, Fabrizio was struggling qualifying, got P20. But still a lot to happen. I know he is quick in the race, so surely he can do something and maybe help his teammate.
Maybe that's the plan, isn't it, to help your teammate as well? And for you, how did you sort of get into Aston Martin as a team? I mean, it's such an incredible team to be part of. How did you kind of land doing that?
Well, I've been league racing myself for a long time as well, since F1 2019. Then I've done the F1 Esports Challenger Series I did in 2 years. And then the second year they offered me a development role, signed a 2-year contract, and I'm still with them. This year is ending, so we'll see where we end up next year. But yeah, I've been league racing myself as well for a long time. Also racing many guys in this arena, so that's quite fun to see them all here as well. But yeah, just driving many hours back at home, and now on the other side, on the engineering side, which is also very useful for myself later as well.
And it's great, isn't it? Because we've got this LAN environment, which we spoke about a lot in event 2, but now coming back here for event 3, we don't take it, for granted. It's still amazing, isn't it? Hearing the passion up and down.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see everyone at LAN. I'm kind of jealous that they're all driving and not me, but hopefully that will change next year or maybe the year after.
Feel like that's a little advert you're putting out there for everyone.
Oh, I can't say too much.
Lovely. We'll let you get off to do your job, because I'm sure you're incredibly busy. Well, it's going to be the race very shortly for the Qatar Grand Prix, but let's find out exactly what happened in qualifying first.
Qualifying was in this track is really tough, especially in these tracks, I have to say.
Progresses to 7th, and then he will then send it through this next right, just downshifting twice, very scarily close to the edge, and he's managed to invalidate the lap. Now,
Vegas, Qatar, Vegas is with the walls. You can get easily wing damage, and it's probably over.
And what has he got that he has now found since event 2? Because it certainly wasn't anything like this.
I mean, Qatar, if you push a little bit too much, you can get track limits and again over. So I had a really tough Q1 and instead of Q2.
And Barry Burman is now looking to try and make it 5 this season.
Then I had to talk to myself in Qatar like, you're Barry Burman, you can do it.
Barry Burman, though, takes provisional pole position, goes to P1 here for the Italian Ferrari outfit.
A sigh of relief there from Barry Burman as he, gets through, because it is such fine margins.
Did a good lap in end of the Q2, like quite safe lap. Then in Q3 I knew I had the pace, and I just kind of put the lap together and it was enough for the pole. Super happy with it.
Absolutely incredible from Barry Burman into the 0.5s from him there and the Ferrari team. Look at them, absolutely ecstatic with that result.
I think in Qatar it's going to be like the pace race. Like you can't really overtake someone. The DRS train is quite hard to overtake in DRS train. So I'm super happy with the pole. It's quite important, and let's see what we can do.
Well, that was your qualifying recap, but now it's time to hear from Jeffrey Ripfield, engineer at AlphaTauri. How are you feeling after the day so far?
Could be better. We didn't score any points in Vegas. Was expected, to be honest, after pretty disappointing qualifying performance. Tried some goofy things with the strategy in the race. We were hoping for a little bit more chaos, but it didn't come, so yeah.
Everyone was expecting so much chaos. That was the word that was thrown around by every single driver ahead of Las Vegas, but it ended up being quite a clean, calmish race. But as you said, tried different things on strategy, didn't work out. But looking ahead now to Qatar, you do have Tom up there in a really strong position for this. So how are you feeling looking ahead now?
Yeah, we are looking a lot better for Qatar.
Absolutely.
Tom in P3, like you said, and Joni also in the top 10. I think we have a good strategy for the race. But as always, it will depend a lot on like what the competitors decide to do as well, right? With the tire choice at the start. So yeah, I think we are in good shape to score good points.
You mentioned strategy there. Are you going to try anything different in terms of strategy for this one, or you've left that in Las Vegas?
No, we've left that in Las Vegas, really. Like, there's no need to take crazy risks when you have a good starting position, right? So we had to try something crazy for Vegas, but I think we took it a little bit more conservative. Yeah.
And where did the performance of Tom come from? Because it was such a strong performance. I mean, we know he's a fantastic driver, but he really pulled it out the bag there.
It's just the mental game, I think. Like, he's very quick. I think most people know that he's very quick. But you have to deliver at the right time, right? And Vegas, he had a really good first sector. And then he took it a little bit too careful and messed up his hot lap, basically. So he decided to go full send mode for Qatar.
Yes.
And it put him on the first spot. So, yeah, it's all in the head, really.
It's all mental. And what about Jorni? How's he feeling?
He's happy. He scored great points yesterday. I think one of his best finishes in a couple of years' time. We also nailed the strategy in that race, so we can be proud of that. And yeah, he's just feeling prepared, I guess, for this race. Yeah.
Sounding very calm and collected over in the camp, which is what we love to see. What positions are you targeting for both drivers?
Tom, I guess around P3-ish.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can make a step forward with Jorni, but let's see.
Let's see. Thank you so much for joining us. Enough talking. It's time to get racing. Hayden and George, it's over to you.
Well, it took just 1,000 workers at the expense of just $58 million. Welcome, everybody, to the Lusail International Circuit, home to the very first Formula One sim racing Qatar Grand Prix. And after the incredible fight that we witnessed at Vegas, the complexion of this championship has somewhat changed, with the Ferrari team now leading the team's title race ahead of Red Bull Sim Racing after Barry Burremand took his third race win of his career and his first away from Spa-Francorchamps. Nicolas Longuet would complete the Ferrari 1-2, and with Thomas Ronhaar now only 18 points behind Freddie Rasmussen, we're going to be in for a real treat as we send it around this very sandy circuit. Let's take you through the track. It's 5.380 kilometers. That's 3.343 miles, and we have got 16 corners that are set to test the drivers. A slight undulation change. I say slight, there's quite a lot actually coming out of turn 16 on the run down through towards turn 1 to test the driver's aptitude where it comes to straight line speed, but also cornering speed. You pretty much got to leave your foot planted around this very track, but Lusail, I'm sure, expects. Starting grid now for this one. Fabrizio Donoso starting from 20th, with Danny Moreno in 19th for McLaren. Further up in 18th, it's Brendan Lee, the two-time champion, lines up alongside Spaniard Alvaro Carreton in 17th. 16th for Ulash Yildirim. He's got a lot of work to do. It's totally different in comparison to what he experienced at Vegas. He's got Alpine's Patrick Schipos alongside him. Further up, Ishmael Fastiv in 14th. Freddie Rasmussen outside the top 10, starting 13th after the issues he sustained during Q2. Ruben Pedreño in 12th spot, with Jake Benham in 11th place. And now moving into the top 10, Joni Tormela. I tell you what, AlphaTauri were strong, weren't they? Lucas Blakely in 9th. And then moving on up in 8th, it's Jarno Opmeer alongside Alfie Butcher in 7th spot. Heading on through, it's Nicolas Longuet in 6th, Simon Weigang, yet another blistering qualifying performance in 5th. And then up to 4th spot, it's Josh Edo with Tom Manley alongside him, also an F1 Challengers champion. Thomas Ronhaar, though, back on the front row again, next to yet another Ferrari, this time our Vegas winner, Barry Burremand, who'll be looking to try and take back-to-back victories this time around here at Lusail. And as we look ahead to what will be an extraordinary race, like we said, 18 points is all that separates Thomas Ronhaar and Freddie Rasmussen. Rasmussen's, though, still leading. Remember, Red Bull forfeiting the team's championship lead. It's now Ferrari on top. Your commentary team, George Morgan here. Joining me once again, it's Hayden Gullis. Hayden, we're going to be in for a treat. This could be a very decisive race.
Yeah, I'm very excited about it. It's going to be an interesting one, and we can crown a champion or two champions technically today, because it is the penultimate round of this F1 Sim Racing Championship. There's the man, Freddie Rasmussen. He leads the way at the moment. He needs to outscore Thomas Ronhaar by 9 points. Now, it's going to be very difficult for him to do that. Ronhaar's up at the front. Rasmussen is down outside the top 10. But who knows what can happen? And of course, Ferrari as well, leading the constructors. If they outscore Red Bull by 38 points today, they will be crowned the constructors champions as well. Light cloud, no sign of any rain on the radar.
Sure.
Of course, we're in the desert, okay? So we're not going to be seeing any. Will we see some tomorrow? We go to another desert, who knows? Probably not. But you never know. It's on dynamic weather. We could see something thrown in there. It's a rare chance, but maybe that 0.01% chance of rain could come in there tomorrow. But nothing on the radar so far today. What a performance he's had today. Tom Manley will line up third position for this race. A penalty given out going into this race. Simon Weigandt qualified in 5th position for this race at Qatar. He picked up a free pace grid penalty, and he will be dropped down to 8th position.
Yeah, the very first time we're racing around the Lusail International Circuit here in the F1 Sim Racing World Championship, from one all-star rookie to another. Of course, Alfie Butcher taking one race win already this campaign. Tom Manley, of course, representing a double AlphaTauri representative in the top 10, or representation, I should say, with Joni Tormela starting from P10 in itself, as we now await to go racing. And here come the lights now. 3 lights, 4 lights, and the 5th light. And it's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. Barry Burman gets off the line well, so does Thomas Ronhaar. Tom Manley, though, got a better jump than what Ronhaar did. Will go around the outside, heading through turn 1, but Ronhaar challenging Burman straight away. The 2 Ferraris now, 1 Ferrari further back. Longay trying to break into the top 4, but he can't. Ronhaar still dueling here through the first sector against Burman. They make contact as they now make their way towards the next right-hander. You've got the kick Sauber trying to turf out the Scuderia Ferrari, but unsuccessful, and into Tom Manley now, who's challenging for P2. Absolutely sensational from the young man.
Yeah, Tom Manley having a look around the outside. Interesting to note, both the front runners on medium tyres. They've got the chasing pack behind them. They're on softs, and then we've got a lot of hard runners further down the field. That's why Tom Manley's been able to have this incredible start, go on the attack of Ronhaar. He will now surely also then go on the attack of Barry Burman. Is this a strategy from the Red Bull family for them to get ahead of Thomas Ronhaar and Barry Burman to help out Frederick Rasmussen in the championship? Here comes Josh Edo around the outside of Ronhaar, slide him out of contact. It is flat out through that corner normally. They've gone to wheel, and also a warning for Thomas Ronhaar. Get 2 more of those, he will get a 3-second time penalty.
Well, I tell you what, it's been already a more energetic start than what we had back at Vegas. Here this time, though, Ronhaar, when trying to launch an attack against Barry Burman, he's lost out twice over as a consequence. Tom Manley now up to 2nd, as we now see Freddie Rasmussen looking to move on up. He brushes past Joni Tormela, also part of the Red Bull family. Now Tormela surely isn't going to fight this one, is he? They're going to work together, you'd think. They're all part of the same group. You'd expect, though, given the fact that they have worked together in the past, as we now see them work on through. And Tom Manley has taken the lead.
Lucas Blakely into the box on the first lap. That's surely got to be damage. He must have been caught up with some sort of incident in his race. Started from 9th position, unfortunately getting tangled in the mid-pack. As we have a look up the inside from the Red Bull of Josh Edu on Barry Burman. He has to look up the inside. Can he get it done? It's now got the outside line to this long sweeping double apex corner, unable to do so. And this is allowing Tom Manley to break away from this chasing pack.
Yeah, Tom Manley has taken a podium already this season. Only 1 podium. But a first race win would be quite something, wouldn't it now? As we're now watching the drivers make their way around on lap 2. They've got a few more corners to go before they then commence lap 3, and DRS will be enabled. But Manley now stretching the advantage of just over 0.5 of a second. Look, glued in at this track, heading through qualifying, was absolutely superb. And Josh Edo doing everything necessary to keep Ronhaar at bay. He knows that a win here for Ronhaar will no doubt cause or throw a huge spanner in the works, but they've got an assault on two fronts here of Red Bull, because it's not just Ronhaar, they've got two Ferraris to deal with.
Yeah, Ronhaar's in a bit of a tricky situation. He's got two Ferraris around him and then also two of the Red Bull family. They're not from the same team, but they're from the same camp. And this could come difficult as Jonny Tomlin is defending his friend Frederick Rasmussen at this stage as Ismail Fassi is going on the attack. All these drivers on the hard tyres. Looking further down the field, Jake Benham now also into the pit lane. So whether he's been caught up in that same incident that happened to Lucas Blakely or had an incident of his own. Let's take a look at the replay. This is a Cepos overtake up the inside of a Mercedes. This is on Otmir, and that's a very nice move up the inside. It's difficult to make overtakes around Qatar, but these drivers are pulling them off.
Yeah, now about their struggles. Patrick Cepos getting past Otmir could mean a lot, though bear in mind he is on soft tyres, Jarno is on hard, so getting the move done very easily indeed, as you would expect in this very early stage of the stint. Here on lap 3 of 29 now, still Manley out in front, 4.5 tenths the gap between he and Burremand. Ido still in third, with Ronhaar down in fourth, Longuet tracking him once again. Similar complexion in that regard to where we were back at Vegas, only it isn't Ronhaar swapping for the lead at the very front of the order. Manley just looking after it, harnessing it, and hoping that he could score big points here for AlphaTauri. We heard from Jeffrey Rietveld as well, the engineer, aiding the AlphaTauri team through the course of this week, and he did allude to the fact that they did have their struggles through Vegas. They did not qualify well, but here at this track they qualified brilliantly. Both cars getting into the top 10 as we now see them fanning out once again, just trying to cool the engine down. It's a very hot track as it is. Track temperature a mega 32 degrees.
Yeah, it's very hot out there. Air temperature 29 degrees as well. But these guys, they're going to be cooling down their engines just like Las Vegas. Just want to save it for the end of this race. That's when the action all seems to unfold. You want to have your car in the best condition for that race. That's tyres, that's ERS, but also engine temperature. Don't overheat the engine, don't harm yourself, and don't lose out on top end speed. Thomas Ronhaar still tucked up right behind Josh Ido. Josh hasn't been able to break the Ferrari yet of Barry Bromand, who's also on those medium tyres compared to the softs. So it looks like the mediums are now starting to work a lot better, and the softs are starting to drop off. So he's still not at a stage where they've started to become a bit more vulnerable compared to the medium runners, and then also the hard runners as well. But the medium's working a lot better than they were at the start of this race. But it is Tom Manley still leading the way, and what a drive so far from this young man to be in such a high qualifying position, and now to be fighting right at the front, leading this race. Let's see what he can do over the course of these next rest of the race up until lap 29.
Yeah, could be on the cusp of winning his first race. It would be quite remarkable if he does do that. Let's take a look at the race start. Now, we want to keep an eye on Thomas Ronhaar. Did get a good jump, and also keep an eye on Tom Manley, who also got a stellar jump as well. But Burremand getting the better run on the outside. But because Ronhaar had the inside heading in towards turn one, it meant that he had the tiger line. He was able to challenge Burremand, but Barry, I must say, defending brilliantly. Now, with Ronhaar a little uncomfortable, just slipping through, heading through that first sector. It opened the door for Manley then as they ran wheel to wheel, and then of course Burremand was able to consolidate that lead advantage, getting the majority of the car in front with the front wing and maintaining the place. Manley there tracking as they went through the very tight left-hander.
Fight happening on the live cams at the moment. Thomas Ronhaar going wheel to wheel with Josh Ido. We've also had Barry Burremand retake the lead of the race over Tom Manley. So there's action happening live on our screens right now as we'll cut back to you and you can talk through the race start replays once again.
Yeah, let's have a look on board here this time around from Jonny Tomlin's perspective. Of course, he had a McLaren on the left-hand side. Now, that's Lucas Blakely. Now, you might know that he has already stopped. He had an issue in the opening stages of the lap as we ride on board with Tomlin. He did have Freddie with him as well. Obviously, we did witness them having to... oh, there we have it. So there was actually... It was wing damage that led to it, and obviously Blakely sustaining it after going into the back, I think, of Jarno Otmir.
Yeah, Jarno Otmir very lucky not to pick up any big damage as well, because it looks like he got very close to the car ahead. I think he just got away with damage, but it was a sort of concertina effect where one car slowed down slightly, the other one had to brake a little bit more, and then they all just got tangled up with each other, and that's just what's going to happen in F1 sim racing, because just look at them. They're literally basically attached to each other, nose to tail. They're that close around this circuit. Let's see what Thomas Ronhaar can do, as Josh Ido is putting a little bit of pressure on Tom Manley. Ronhaar, though, right around the outside. What a lunge as Freddie Rasmussen for the championship is moving up positions. We cut back to the action, and it is move complete for Ronhaar. He's up into the podium spaces, and he'll be hunting down Tom Manley now to get back into the net second place.
Yeah, obviously, while that replay was showing quite right, Hayden, we did have Barry Burremand to retake the lead of the race, with Manley now down to second. Ronhaar now back up to third. We'll try and rejoin the back of the AlphaTauri. So now right on board here with Nicholas Longuet. He's also trying to brush past Josh Ido. Obviously, they've got a huge fight on for the team's title race. We did allude to the points gap on that and how much would need to be obtained. At this stage, it will go to Abu Dhabi on both counts, of course. But Thomas Ronhaar doing a stellar job. He is ahead of Freddie Rasmussen. Rasmussen still with plenty of work to do. Only in 10th place, Hayden, and 1 point will not save him.
No, and there's a lot of pressure also on his Red Bull teammate of Josh Edu, because he, with Freddie Rasmussen being down and just in 1 point's position at the moment, we're going to get a replay of the Ronhaar overtake. We missed this, but a huge lunge right around the outside, holds it wheel to wheel with Josh Edu, who sends him off the track. Contact, very lucky not to get a warning or even get an illegal overtake there as well. That might be something they look at the stewards room, but there was contact that forced Ronhaar out wide, and he might just get away with running off wide and making that overtake off the circuit because of the contact. Here comes Nicholas Longuet having a look on the Red Bull driver of Josh Edu. This is also important for the Constructors' Championship because there's a lot of pressure on Josh right now. With Freddie so low down, Josh needs to score a lot of points to keep themselves in this championship.
Yeah, and Josh Edo is worried about Thomas Ronhaar. Actually forced his Longuet a little bit further out wide. Now that could be something that will be looked at later on. We'll have to wait and see this. They're forcing each other. It's hard racing, no less. But Longuet managing to force the issue and get ahead of Josh Edo. So the Ferrari does push onwards and upwards. And now in pursuit of Thomas Ronhaar, they've got a Ferrari up in the lead of the race. Longuet now in 4th. It could yet be another double podium on the cards, which I'm sure will go down very well in terms of the championship. Ismail Fassi and Patrick Schipos running side by side. Schipos slightly off track, but enough of his car still remaining on the asphalt required here in order to try and land a bid and a blow back on Ismail Fassi. But Fassi doing enough to hold position, but Schipos is all over his tail.
Yeah, he's practically bum drafting him, pushing him down the straight to tell him to get a move on. It's very difficult to go wheel to wheel through this high-speed section. They already have a 9/10 gap, 8/10 gap between Rasmussen and Fassi. So if they go wheel to wheel, they're just going to lose out on the DRS train. So it's more important for Cypros just to push Fassi along down that straight and make him still hold that track position so they can try their best to catch up to the train and get back in DRS. Tom Manny unable to be overtaken just yet by Thomas Ronhaar, but he might have the opportunity down the start-finish straight to move himself up in a second position. I think the soft tyres now are starting to drop off. Schipos falling through the order. We've seen already Josh Edu being overtaken by Thomas Ronhaar. Someone in a really good position on those hard tyres. Alfie Butcher, the lead hard tyre runner at the moment. Let's see what he could do later on in this race, jumping over with that alternative strategy.
Yeah, Freddie Rasmussen getting past Jarno Opmeer as well as they commence lap 8 of 29. Opmeer having another look down the inside once again. Opmeer sharing hard tyres along with Rasmussen further up. Those on the softs, like you so rightly say, will be thinking about boxing. Schipos losing out to Fassi, not able to tag back, losing that necessary grip. It definitely seems to me that the softs are now starting to turn. Those on the mediums up at the front, this is great news for Burremand, great news for Ronhaar. Their strategy is going to certainly excel in this circumstance.
Yes, certainly so. The only two drivers on the medium tyres, so it'll be interesting to see how that unfolds compared to the rest of the grid. They won't have to box maybe, as late as those hard runners, but also not as early as the softs. And it kind of compromises you because you're kind of on the fence at this stage of a race, The undercut is going to be very powerful because you're able to catch up and jump those guys. The overcut, yes, okay, you're going to lose and be in a deficit because you've lost a lot of positions, but you then have the better tyres to cut back through the field. Whereas in the middle, you will then be at the back of a pack that you won't really be able to have much tyre life against. So it would be difficult to try and get past those guys. But then you've also got a lot of drivers who have gone better tyres behind trying to catch up. So it will be interesting to see how this plays out for both those two front runners. But I know the guys working as engineers behind the desks, they know what they're doing in terms of strategy, and I'm sure we're going to see them fighting up at the front of the grid. But let's see what Fredrik Rasmussen can do, because he's obviously the second driver on that alternative strategy on the hards, and he's going to need a fantastic drive to get himself back into a high points position and get his championship, kind of kick-started once again, because he's been losing a lot of ground so far in Event 3.
Yeah, and I tell you what would be an interesting factor if he manages to actually get past Ruben Pedreño, who is on that soft tyre. So that'll be a good indicator as to where they stand right now as we see them make their way through this next right-hander. Very, very tight. And back on the throttle once again, they'll go. Fabrizio Donoso trying to launch a challenge on Joni Tormela. Of course, Tormela starting in the top 10 has lost 5 places, making his way down the order. But now making their way through Sector 3 once again. They make their way around, just chasing each other's tail. Each of the cars all the way down to P18, currently within DRS. Of course, we did lose Jay Benham earlier on with Lucas Blakely after that mega collision going through the first sector at the very beginning of the race. Now heading around the final corner. Now pit stops being applied. So here we go. Longuet in, and so is Simon Weigang.
Yeah, deciding to take that jump, be the first drivers to come into the box. They're going to be our guinea pigs for today. Where are they going to come out of the box? You've also got Lucas Blakely and Jake Benham just trundling around at the back. But they have been working together, switching positions to try and maximise their races. If they can maybe try and just sneak a position, yet, even though they have to make another pit stop in this race, who knows what could potentially happen. The drivers coming out of the pit lane at the moment, as I'm watching on this track map, they're heading down into turn 1, and I think they're going to be clear of that little cluster of cars, which is Jake Benham and Lucas Blakely. So unable to brake. Unfortunately, that damage early on has just really cost those two drivers, and it's just maybe those two just working together, having fun out there, but never giving up, because we've already seen so far a couple of drivers coming together. Who knows what could happen? We could have the most chaotic race we've ever seen in F1 sim racing. A lot of drivers coming together, 10 drivers with damage, and all of a sudden they're back into the points. That's the reason why you should never give up in sim racing. It rarely does happen, but for that one off chance that it does, you would be regretting DNFing out of a race early. So that's why they are still driving at the back, even though there's really nothing for them to fight for at this stage of the race. Thomas Ronhaar, still in third position. Doing a really solid job, though, is Tom Manley. Now, it'd be interesting to see what he does. He is coming into the box. The medium tyres into the box now. I was about to say, Tom Manley, his best bet is sticking with the medium tyres and boxing when those guys decide to do, because they can kind of pull him along. And they're doing exactly that. So into the box come those guys. Josh Edu, though, on the soft, still staying out, as is Ruben Pedreno and Patrick Schipos. So now it's up to the hard tyres to get past those guys and then try and build as much of a gap as they possibly can, although it's going to be difficult because the guy's chasing on brand new tyres.
Yeah, I would expect Freddie now to go to work, because he's going to want to try and nullify the undercut that essentially Ronhaar's put on the table here. As now we see the cars venture out onto the circuit. Tom Manley now in between. Of course, you can there see in between the Ferrari. It's going to be very tight on the entrance in towards turn 1. And indeed it is. Simon Weigang coming together with Barry Burman. They're going to run wheel to wheel again. Weigang maintains P15, but runs a little deep on the escape. And Burman might get the run, heading through in towards the next right-hander. He does not want to leave Longuet's rear for too much longer, but Weigang maintaining that 15th place.
This is an incredible strategy from Ferrari. They've been able to get, both their Ferrari drivers into a 1 and 3rd net position at the moment. All they've got to do is just get past Simon Weigang, and it's business as usual for Ferrari. 1st and 2nd, and that's how many times have we seen that so far this season? They've been absolutely smashing the strategy to get their cars in the best position. And you've got to look at the Kick Sauber team. Yes, okay, Thomas Ronhaar fighting for the Drivers' Championship, but unfortunately with Brendan Lee sometimes further down the grid and not really able to help and back up his teammates. Same with Frederick Rasmussen, and I know we're seeing it today with Josh Edu, but Freddie's nowhere to be seen as Josh is coming into the box now, as is Patrick Schipos. Ruben Pedreno staying out, so now Alfie Butcher is our leader on the hard tyres, but is yet to make a pit stop, as are all the drivers down towards 11th position. They're all yet to make a pit stop in this race, but it'll be interesting to see how this plays out, and whether Thomas Ronhaar can get in the mix, because of course if he can get up into the lead, he's going to take the lead of the championship. He's going to jump Frederick Rasmussen, but if it kind of stays as it is, Freddie Rasmussen lower down the field, kind of in either no points or only 1 or 2 points positions, and then you've got Thomas Ronhaar in maybe 4th position, Barry Borman winning. We've got a 3-horse race here.
Can we also talk about Simon Weigang now being the net leader of this race? I mean, that is extraordinary. Fair Play has made the overtake on both Barry and Nico. Of course, we saw him in the tie-up with Barry. He's managed to overtake Nicolas Longuet. And now your net leader, obviously, as the pit stops come in, we'll have to wait and see whether he does take the absolute lead of the race. But Weigang, essentially, while pit stops are being applied, net leader of this race at Qatar. Longuet now down in 13th, Burman in 14th, Manley now down in 15th, with Ronhaar still very much chasing him at this stage. Further up the order, of course, Pedreno staying out longer, with Alfie Butcher, as you so rightly say, leading the course of this race so far. But Freddie Rasmussen now getting close to Pedreno, and Pedreno responding by coming into the pits. And he's not alone, because in comes now Brendan Lee as well. Brendan Lee coming into box off the hard tyres. That's a different move. Yeah, we'll have to surely be going on to a set of mediums, get it done early, catch up to the back of the pack, try and break some ground on those grippier medium tyres compared to the hards, and see if he can find a couple of positions. Thomas Ronhaar all over the back of Tom Manley at the moment. If Simon Weigang was able to pull out a result like this, even if it's not the race win, this would be huge for their championship. They are currently, as it stands, only 4 points ahead of the Alpine team, as Thomas Ronhaar there goes and sets the fast lap. But the race no! Tom Manley's round into the back of Barry Burman, and that is his race over. Goodness goodness me, I tell you what, Thomas Ronhaar was so fortunate, he very nearly lost it all in a split second. I tell you what, that could have been championship finito at that point. Should Thomas Ronhaar have picked up any damage off the back of Manley spinning, but heartbreak for Manley. Someone who was so quick during qualifying, he had a brilliant getaway, pretty much led as well through a good portion of the opening stint, but has now seen himself falling down the timing tower. Absolutely regrettable for the young man.
Yeah, just got caught out a little bit there. I think maybe the Ferrari ahead just got a little bit too close to his teammate, broke slightly early or just backed off out of it, and Tom Manley just getting caught out, right into the back of the Ferrari driver. And moments before that car ghosted. Had it ghosted any later or any earlier, that's what I'm going for. Then
that could have been
Thomas Ronhaar would have been over. Yeah, I mean, he would have still been in the championship because Freddie Rasmussen is so far down the order. But, this is a great opportunity today for him to either get right up close there with Frederick Rasmussen or potentially take the lead of the championship as well. Frederick Rasmussen leading the way at the moment, but is yet to make a pit stop. Into the boxes, Jana Watmir and Ismail Fassi. Here's Thomas Ronhaar just pulling out the slipstream at the moment, just cooling down his engine. Just preparing himself. That would have been a bit of a shock, would have been something that would have unsettled him slightly, but now he needs to get back into the groove, and then, he's one of the top drivers so far in this series this season. I'm sure he can get back into that rhythm very, very easily, and that won't unsettle him too much. But he has got a warning to his name as well. I don't know whether he's picked up any more so far around the circuit as well. He does need to be careful of that, because you do not want to pick up a 3-second time penalty, especially with how close F1 sim racing is. There is a yellow flag out on track. That might be Tom Manley DNFing, and yes, it is. He's into the pit lane, and he is sadly out of the race. What an unfortunate day for Tom Manley.
Yeah.
But I don't think he should take anything away from that. He's still had incredible qualifying performance, a great race to be fighting at the front. One small error. It is his first season in F1 sim racing, and I think there is a lot that he can be proud of today.
Yeah, I don't think it will define it. I think, if I'm honest, he had a podium earlier on through the course of this campaign, and now coming into this one, obviously the DNF never ideal, but given what he achieved in qualifying for this very race, and many other races that he's been a part of, he has been absolutely sensational. As we now see 3 more cars coming into box. Caraton, Rasmussen, as well as Alfie Butcher, as we now see Ulas Yildirim brushing past Fabrizio Donoso. It's now Danny Moreno who leads the way on track, but we'll have to wait and see how this pit stop now fares, with Freddie Rasmussen moving on to fresh medium tyres, and all those above him right now on 4 to 5 lap old hards.
It's the McLaren sandwich at the moment. Danny Moreno leads, Lucas Blakely at the back of the grid. Watching on board with Thomas Ronhaar at the moment, right up tucked behind the Ferrari driver. He'll be hoping not to be caught out like Tom Manley was earlier on. Simon Weigang, though, still the net race leader once these pit stops comes into fruition. I'm not going to say anything about teamwork strategy, despite the fact that Fabrizio Donoso is the next car up ahead of Simon Weigang. No one's going to play this team game like the Haas drivers were playing in Austria, so I'm not going to suggest it, because every time we do, they just ignore us. Just watch out for it, though. Who knows what could happen here at Qatar. It's a difficult track to overtake. It's a great one to try and hold up, and it'll be huge points for the Aston Martin team. Here's how things look in the championship as it stands. Freddie Rasmussen will be on 142 points. Thomas Ronhaar will only pick up 4 with 100 and will be on 124. And then we have Barry Bromand on 100 there, picking up 6 points as well. Not too sure if that is right, because I'm looking at my driver standings I have right now, and that is completely different. So ignore everything that is just there. Let's cut back to the action. We've got drivers into the box. Who doesn't pit? Fabrizio Donoso.
Ah, interesting. So here we go.
We're not going to say it because it doesn't happen. If we say it, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, but
if we don't say it,
if you're Aston Martin, why not?
It's a great strategy to do. It's a difficult track to overtake on. We've seen it already before. There's a lot of high-speed sections where you can hold up a driver because they're too afraid to go for an overtake or maybe get caught up with one another. Simon Weigang, though, has dropped down to P4. Ferrari might be smart to that strategy, and that's the benefit of having 2 drivers right up at the front working together. That if there is someone trying to play that game, okay, cool, we'll both get past you, and now you can't get past. So it could still be a plan to try and get Simon Weigang into the podium positions, though, however. So Thomas Ronhaar needs to be aware of that and needs to get past Simon Weigang.
Simon Weigang has never won a race. He has never scored a podium. This is his 37th Grand Prix in the Formula 1 Sim Racing World Championship. He signed with Renault in the Pro Draft all the way back in 2019. Has been with a few teams since. Who can forget his time at Haas with Cedric Tomei? Has since now moved here to the Aston Martin outfit and is on the cusp of his probably one of the best finishes of his career so far. Should he be able to bring it home, a first podium would certainly be emotional. A victory would be emotional, but getting himself reset as the two Ferraris went past him. He's going to look to try and take them back, perhaps. Getting close to the back of Nicolas Longuet as now Thomas Ronhaar watches everything unfold. Now, interestingly enough, we're taking a look at Longuet further up. Is he offering Barry a little bit of a gap here?
Potentially so. I mean, he's breaking away slightly. Barry Burman just off of Nicolas Longuet, and that is just inside the 1 second. So he's just within it, but look up at the front of the grid. We've got Fabrizio Donoso. Simon Weigang really needs to get a move on. Donoso's backing them all up, and now he's going to activate that teammate strategy. Okay, so it's not quite worked out so that the Aston Martin can get the race win, but there is certainly a top 4 result on. Now Fabrizio Donoso is going to try and hold everybody up at this stage. He needs to defend like a lion. The famous words from Fernando Alonso around this circuit in 2021. Can he do that? Ruben Pedreno has got past, and that's the one driver you don't want to let pass. You don't want to help out the Alpine. He needs to try and get back past Pedreno and then hold everybody up, because if Alpine are 1 place behind Simon Weigang, then yes, okay, they're still going to gain points over Alpine, but not that much. There's a scrap going on.
Oh no, Brendan Lee! Lee's round, I tell you what, came to contact there with Josh Ido and spinning the kick Sauber around into the gravel, and in it comes again Josh Ido down the inside of Fabrizio Donoso. Donoso switching back, it started to heat up here at the Lusail, and Donoso defending the place, trying to keep Ido in behind. I tell you what, can you believe this?
Here we go, now the strategy's deployed. He's holding everybody up. That collision was all caused because Fabrizio Donoso is going so slowly, holding these guys up to try and help out his teammate. He's gone deep there, and he's still ahead of Josh Ido. He's got a 3-second time penalty for multiple warnings, but he won't care. It's the Kevin Magnussen strategy. Take a load of penalties, hold everybody up, help out your teammate, and score some really decent points for the team. Here comes Jarno Opmeer, though. He needs to get past Fabrizio Donoso into that first corner. Jake Benham now, 3-second time penalty.
Yeah, incredible speed. They're going to go 3 wide through turn 1, and Ido very nearly round as well. As they make contact, we've got a series of cards. Donoso with a penalty. Rasmussen moves up to 8th. Fasty's lost 2 places. The Red Bulls bound together, 8th and 9th, and now looking to try and move their way through this order, but it's going to be so tough. Ido trying to rise, a rampage here from the Ronda, from Josh Ido, the Welshman, again foregoing to Ismail Fasty, and Rasmussen very nearly round himself.
Yeah, now Ido's trying to play that teammate game for Frederick Rasmussen. Of course, there's a championship on the line here. Fabrizio Donoso still will to will with Frederick Rasmussen. I don't think he's going to be able to hold on to that position, and this has actually massively helped out Rasmussen in the championship. He's in 7th position, and Donoso's still going to continue to hold everybody up to really benefit and give as much of a gap to Simon Weigang as possible. He's not done as much of a good job as Julas Zilderim did for Alfie Butcher, but he's still doing a job for the team, and this is going to help Aston Martin try and pick up some good points. But look who's right behind Simon Weigang. It's Ruben Pedreno on the medium tyres. They're younger, they're grippier, and this could all fall apart, actually help out the Alpine team score more points than Aston Martin.
The nerves are palpable in the arena now, and I tell you what, Caraton has just sent it down the inside of Ido himself as well. Fasty also in the midst of a scrap. Both Williamses under pressure now as we're going to go 3 wide in towards turn 1. Fasty, Butcher, Donoso all running together. Fasty managing to certainly insert himself ahead of many of them, but Alfie Butcher going late on the brakes around the outside. That's a fantastic move from Alfie Butcher, the young man, a race winner this season, and now has stamped his authority here at the Lusail against Ismail Fasty.
He's one of the leaders of the chasing pack earlier on. Him and Freddie Rasmussen are going to try and cut through the field, but look out for Jarno Opmeer as well. 1 lap older tyres than Rasmussen and Butcher, but still right up there, as is Ruben Pedreno. The gaps, it's not really worked. Aston Martin tried the strategy, and now I don't really know what Fabrizio Donoso is doing out there. There's no real need for him to be getting in the way anymore because the strategy just has not worked. He's caused chaos, more chaos than we had at this stage in Las Vegas. But nonetheless, Aston Martin, they tried it, and I like that they tried it. There's reason for doing it, but unfortunately they didn't really execute it very well. They needed Simon Weigang to be up at the front and for Fabrizio Donoso to defend as hard as possible, and I think he just wasn't as aggressive enough as Julas Zilderim was.
It was a chaotic race, isn't it? It's really kicked on and come alive here in this final stint. We've had all the pit stops. It's 2 Ferraris leading the way as they were at the end of the Las Vegas Grand Prix, and Thomas Ronhaar is going to do his utmost to stop that from happening. He's opened up the DRS. He's utilising some of the overtake as well, not intending that overtake, and you can just see little to no drag coming down the long straight, and Longuet, no intention of overtaking Barry, just protecting the place in behind his teammate So he's looking to gift Barry Burman potentially back-to-back race wins here today.
Yep, this is crucial for Ferrari, and a lot of teams are going to be looking at this for next season, because look at how well Ferrari have been working together through the season. Okay, it's not always worked. Zandvoort was a prime example of when they were working so well and got hard done by something that happened within the game. Here, though, it's working perfectly. Ferrari in front, they're able to just toe off each other and then hold up the rest of the pack and maintain a 1-2 position. So there's a lot of teams who maybe have a lead driver but don't necessarily have another driver to back them up. So they're going to be looking at this. Who do we need to pick up? Who's always consistent up at the front to secure a really top lineup like Ferrari have got so far this season? Jarno Opmeer in 6th position, right up behind the Alpine driver of Ruben Pedreno. And he's going to be looking to try and get past him as soon as possible. He's got 1 lap younger tyres than the Alpine at the moment. Once he gets past him, he can then go on the attack of the Aston Martin of Simon Weigang.
Certainly can. Opmeer all over the tail. Swarming around Ruben Pedreno at this stage, heading through the final corner. It definitely seems that the Flying Dutchman is going to try and make these medium tyres work in his favour. He is going to get better speed than those on the hards, but still in the air. And Pedreno's flashing as well right now, but Opmeer has very little to no ERS available in his own right. A mere 11% coming at the end of the straight. It stretches up to 16, but not enough to apply and mastermind an overtake here against Pedreno. The field now sorting themselves out.
Yeah, they certainly are. We've got the chase impact trying to cut through at the moment. This is at the front though. Nicolas Longuet still tucked up behind his teammate of Barry Burman, and this is the perfect place to be for these two. Barry, of course, still has mathematically a chance to win the Drivers' Championship. Nicolas Longuet will be doing everything to help out the team and his teammate as well. Nicolas Longuet, unfortunately, unable to win the championship, but they can win the Constructors' Championship together. So what will he do in this race? He needs to stay with Barry. There's no need for him to slow down the pack and try and give Barry a gap. Yes, it's going to guarantee Barry Burman the race win, but they've got a great chance at a 1-2. So if they stay together, that's going to maximise that opportunity, especially towards the latter stages of these 29 laps. But it's becoming a little bit risky. You've got those medium tyres right up behind the hard runners, and usually you have a lot more drivers who are on that, that usual strategy of going softer first and harder later, whereas we've gone for the guys who have gone for the alternate strategy. There's quite a lot of them, and they are very, very close to those front runners.
Yep, certainly are. Heading down now towards turn 1 yet again. This time it's lap 22 of 29, and once again the story is similar. It's Burman and Longuet, 1 and 2. Ronhaar in behind, just waiting for his opportunity to strike. Simon Weigang driving a truly brilliant race right now for Aston Martin. This could be huge for them at this stage. He just needs to be patient, doesn't need to get overawed by the occasion of all this. Of course, remember, he came out after his pit stop, the net leader of this race, and on top of that was leading the race for a small margin as well on the second stint. But still, nevertheless, as we now witness them side-by-side once again between Jarno Opmeer and Ruben Pedreno, the Mercedes taking the long way around, this time on the Alpine. Pedreno's been frustrating Opmeer left, right and centre here, shutting the door at every corner, and now invites Freddie Rasmussen in on the attack as they now look to go nose to tail. Opmeer has to rescind, or does he? Down the inside comes the Flying Dutchman. Pedreno forced off wide as they now rejoin. In comes Freddie Rasmussen, as well as they go 3 wide, heading through towards the next right. Pedreno trying to defend. Opmeer reneges, so does Rasmussen, but what a moment here on lap 22.
3 wide into the flat-out right-handers. That was never going to work through there. Somebody had to back out. It was Frederick Rasmussen, who's got a championship on the line, but it very importantly did not lose out any positions. As it stands, if he stays in 7th place, it takes the Constructors' Championship to the finale in Abu Dhabi. He has a look up the inside. He wants to gain up more positions to really help the Red Bull team in this Constructors' fight. He's going to go on the inside on Jarno Opmeer. Here comes Alfie Butcher, though, trying to get in between the two of them.
No!
Can he fit it through? No, he can't, but Frederick Rasmussen moves up to 6th place.
Yeah, I tell you what, nearly making contact with the rear of Opmeer's car as well. Got very fraught heading in towards turn 1, but Opmeer's lost out to Freddie Rasmussen nonetheless. We're now in a scenario where we've got 5 to 6 laps remaining, and here at this point, Barry Burman leads them through and has done so, well, brilliantly. Sensational performance from Ferrari here today, and we'll be looking ahead as they bid to be crowned teams champions. They're going a long way to achieving that here at this point, but Freddie Rasmussen with enough in the locker to prevent that from happening, at least for now. But I'm sure it will head to Yas Marina here at this stage as we now ride on board with Thomas Ronhaar.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, because if Frederick Rasmussen loses 2 positions, if he finishes in 8th, and the two Ferraris finish 1 and 2, he'll only get 4 points. He needs at least 5 points to take it to the finale. So as it stands right now, he's good. But if he loses a couple of positions, if the guys behind get a little bit racy, want to get involved, then he could be under risk for the Red Bull team, and his Drivers' Championship hopes also could be falling away as well. Things are looking very good for at least us as spectators to potentially have this three-horse race. Thomas Ronhaar now tucked right up behind the Ferrari of Nicolas Longuet. He'll want to get past to try and help his championship hopes, but he's boxed in now as Nicolas Longuet goes to the inside. They go wheel-to-wheel with Barry Burman. They just hold it wheel-to-wheel. There's no need to really race each other in terms of for actual position. They're just strategically placing the cars side by side and completely closes the door for Thomas Ronhaar. There is no way through, but he has a look anyway.
Incredible. I tell you what, it very nearly was nip and tuck heading through the right-hander. If it's not any clearer than it is now, obviously Longuet helping Barry Burman to a back-to-back victory. Does not want Thomas Ronhaar to lurch on ahead, and Ferrari very keen to keep hold of this 1-2 situation as Longuet looks to put on the brakes on Thomas Ronhaar's assault. The Dutchman coming through the, should we say, the semi-chicane section through the next left-hander, feathering that throttle again. He'll put his foot straight back down and head on his pursuit of Nicolas Longuet. He'll have another chance down the long home straight, but look at who he's towing along. Weigang is still very much there, as is Pedreño, as is Freddie Rasmussen.
Yeah, this is really good for the back end of the championship as well, with Simon Weigang, of course, 4th, Ruben Pedreño 5th. It's good points for both of them, but it is going in Aston Martin's favour. If they want to close up the gap Alpine, they need to get that overtake on Simon Weigang. Pedreño, though, has got the fastest lap of the race so far. Thomas Ronhaar, though, he needs to get past Nicolas Longuet. He needs to break and split to the two Ferraris. Otherwise, it's going to make this race win even difficult, because they're just playing this game so well. And we've seen this so many times from Ferrari. They're incredible, not just in quali pace, not just in race pace, but in terms of intelligence behind the scenes with their strategic element. They're able to work together so well to hold position, as we've got now Alfie Butcher trying to make some inroads on the likes of Alvaro Carretón. These two drivers have exactly the same life. Tyres, 10 laps old each. They've got Jarno Opmeer, 1 lap older tyres in 7th, and Frederick Rasmussen in 6th. But Alfie Butcher will be looking to try and make some inroads. Danny Moreno has not had the best of season so far. Jumping into the McLaren, only doing a couple of races, but now looking like he could potentially score some points in that P10 position at the moment. And as things are standing, this would be really good for Danny Moreno to get himself off the board and not be at the back of the Drivers' Championship.
Yeah, began his career at this team as well, was actually the Rookie of the Year during that campaign as well. But since it's been part of the Mercedes fold, was teammates with Jarno Opmeer for a good period of time, but has now since returned to the team all dressed in papaya, and could be on course to lay claim to his own championship points here this season. Of course, only 1 point for 10th place. We now watch Thomas Ronhaar head around this next left. They'll then look to conclude yet another lap. Lap 25 will become 26. And with 3 laps then to go, it all comes down to Burman, Longuet and Ronhaar. Will Weigang have an opportunity? You just see there Ronhaar utilising that left off track. We saw them using that during qualifying, trying to remain as wide as possible, heading in towards turn 1 in order to maximise the apex. Moreno under pressure as he now tries to get past Alfie Butcher, and I think he will, you know. He has got the line, he has got a nose in front. Can the rest of the car follow as well? Butcher now forcing him back, trying with all his might to keep Moreno at bay, but Moreno, the machine in this instance, manages to brush on past and holds 9th place.
Alfie Butcher, rear light flash, and we get confirmation there. 7% battery life. He's going to be in big trouble from the chasing pack behind. Yoni Tormala, Ulasha Zilderim, they're going to be looking to try and get past Alfie Butcher and get themselves into the points as soon as possible. For Alfie right now, he needs to try and stay on the toe, but it's so difficult to get ERS back around a circuit like this. It's vital that you're someone like Barry Burman, where you just hold on to the battery as much as you can. Of course, Barry's got the luxury of being the leader and having his teammate right up behind him. He doesn't need to use any battery. Longuet's going to close up in the DRS zone, but he's not going to go for that overtake, so he doesn't need to waste that battery. He's got it there in case Ronhaar goes for an attack. There's a yellow flag further behind. It looks like Jake Benham's had an incident and has spun around, unfortunately, but he is at the back of the pack already, so it will not make any difference to these standings in the race. As it goes again, and this tactic from Longuet, he just goes a little bit slower in towards that final sector, builds the gap to 0.7 of a second, then he can fully utilise the DRS. He doesn't need to use any ERS, but he also doesn't put Barry under any pressure either. Thomas Ronhaar can tow up to the back of him, but is unable to overtake. This is again, just great intelligence from the Ferrari team to be able to hold on to this position.
Yeah, Yanni Tormler now moving back into the top 10, as well as disposed of Alfie Butcher. Remember, coming together with Danny Moreno. Now it's the turn of Alvaro Carreton. Two Spaniards going at it in a bit to fight over P8. Further up then, Jana Watmir is ahead of them. Carreton doing enough to keep Moreno behind. So it's eighth place now for the Williams, as Moreno in the McLaren will try and fend off Yanni Tormler, who's done a brilliant job to stay within contention. Obviously, they lost Tom Manley earlier on, so it looked like it was going to be no points, but now Tormler has got them in a points-paying position. One solitary point will go to them if they hold fire till the end of the race. Lap 27 of 29. We're coming in to the very fragile final stages of this Qatar Grand Prix here in the Formula One Sim Racing World Championship, and Barry Burman and Nicolas Longuet bidding to put themselves in the pound seats for a potential Teams Championship win this season. And what an achievement it would be, because Barry Burman last season was a Teams champion with McLaren, but here comes Thomas Ronhaar now straight away. Of course, he's had his problems with Longuet in the past. Longuet has shut the door on every single occasion. Ronhaar getting fed up. He's trying to release Barry as well further up too.
Yeah, it looks like the aerodynamics of the Ferrari so much quicker in a straight line compared to Thomas Ronhaar, because he was just able to drive away despite Ronhaar using both DRS and ERS. It was going to be interesting to see what Barry would do if they were fighting, whether Barry would drive away from it or come back to help his teammate. And it looks like he's done just that. Thomas Ronhaar, he has to do something, because Ferrari are just playing this so well. They're breaking that gap. They're getting 8 tenths between the two of them. Longuet catches back up because they know they have the straight line speed advantage over the Kick-Sauber team with that aerodynamic or the less aero that they have on that Ferrari car. So it's very important for Ronhaar to do something different to try and get through the Ferrari, and it's got to be in the corners, because that is where the car is strongest. Of course, it is equal cars. It's another warning for Thomas Ronhaar. That puts him one away from a potential penalty in this race. He has to be careful. Yes, okay, you do want to get that race win, or you want to get second place, you want to maximise the points, but don't lose out on the 15 points you currently have right now.
Yeah, could you imagine losing the title due to a single, well, an extra single warning? 3 warnings across the whole race, but this is only 2. So Ronhaar still has 1 to play with, but you don't want to play too far, tread too far, and you lose and forfeit a podium and also points. Simon Weigang doing a brilliant job to hold on to 4th place, as the penultimate lap will become the final lap. And now the 2 Ferraris, Burman and Longuet, still out in front, holding the fort here as they venture in towards turn 1. Ronhaar knows it as well, still remains in P3, trying to hold position with Weigang in behind as well. These front 4 all on the hard compound of tyre, with Pedreño now getting close to the Weigang for 4th place this time.
Don't forget, there's one more chance in this race. It is a very long start-finish straight. The start-finish line is right down at the end of the straight. So you can get the DRS open, use whatever battery life you have left to try and get any overtakes in this race and gain vital positions. Fredrik Rasmussen, though, is making one on Ruben Pedreño. This is for the championship. This is trying to really help both his drivers and team's championship host. But Pedreño is holding on to this on the final lap.
He certainly is. Rasmussen, this would be his biggest fight ever. I mean, what a performance as well from the Great Dane. You got to fathom, he started below. He was below the top 10. He wasn't in the top 10. He is now up to P6. He's in a bid for P5 against Ruben Pedreño. Pedreño looking to try and achieve big points here for Alpine. And we've got Aston Martin ahead of him as well with Simon Weigang. A huge complexion. This affects championships at the front end and the back end of things, as now they head through the final corner. It's Barry Burman. Rasmussen challenging Pedreño as well. But as we look ahead now on the final lap, they'll steam up towards the line. It's Ferrari delight again. It's another 1-2. Back-to-back 1-2s. Burman and Longuet. Ronhaar finishes 3rd with Simon Weigang, a courageous P4, and Rasmussen alike, a tremendous drive to obtain P5.
Rasmussen and Otmir got Ruben Pedreño at the line, promoting themselves to P5 and P6. That's great for Red Bull to keep themselves in the hunt for the Constructors' Championship. But it all goes down to the wire, not just in the Constructors, but also in the drivers. That is crucial for Barry Burman. We saw it yesterday. It was Ronhaar's day yesterday, but today belongs to that man and that team of Ferrari and Barry Burman. Nicolas Longuet, a fantastic teammate, been able to back up his teammate all the way today. They've all got to take their praises, because it has been fantastic from them, not only to put themselves into the lead of the Constructors' Championship and pretty much take one hand on the trophy at this stage as well. It's going to be very difficult for Red Bull to break both of them. But there's Thomas Ronhaar. He knows this could have been an opportunity to put himself much higher up in the driver's standings and really close up the gap to Fredrik Rasmussen. Rasmussen, though, somehow finds himself only 2 positions behind Ronhaar. Ronhaar only gaining 6 points over Rasmussen in this race, or 5 points over Rasmussen in this race. So it's all coming down to the wire. We go to Abu Dhabi tomorrow, and there's certainly 3 drivers still in this hunt.
They have every right to be celebrating. Ferrari have done it again. Back-to-back race wins for Barry Buremand. And we've just got to fathom as well an incredible effort from Ferrari as a whole, to be honest. I mean, if we look at Barry, that's his 4th win of his career and his 3rd one this season as well. Nicolas Longuet with back-to-back podiums as well, pushing his tally up to 13 in his own career as well. Amazing scenes here for Ferrari, who have had their challenges. They've had many different drivers in the past, but they seem to have settled with this combination. Barry Buremand winning the team's championship with Lucas Blakely last season at McLaren, and they look dead set to try and aim for another team's title success, this time all dressed in red.
16 points, if my maths is correct, separate the top 3 in the championship as it stands. That guy right there, Barry Buremand. We've got Fredrik Rasmussen, who's been leading it all the way through this 3rd event, and Thomas Ronhaar, who was chasing him yesterday. It's all going to go down to the wire for one last dance. But what a performance from those guys. Red Bull, they'll be happy with their result. Slightly disappointed with how things went over in Josh's side of the camp. But for Fredrik Rasmussen to recover from 13th position out of the points at a track where everybody spoke about it being difficult to overtake here, impossible to come back through the ranks in 13th, keeps his championship alive and still leads by a considerable amount. 160 points, that should take Fredrik Rasmussen to Thomas Ronhaar. Closing in behind will be on 147. So still 13 points over his closest rival. So it's going to be interesting tomorrow.
Wow. Today was Ferrari's day, wasn't it? I mean, I don't think any of us were expecting 2 1-2s when we started this day. I don't think they were even expecting that. You can see the emotion. You saw some of the footage earlier, Barry lying on the floor even. This is a team that we've said before is filled with emotion, and they are going to be overflowing with it right now.
Yeah, they sound well.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, I think obviously Hayden, we've witnessed great Ferrari performances in the past, haven't we? But without a doubt, the last 2 races have been sensational for them.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, yesterday was Ronhaar's day, as I said. Today has certainly been Ferrari's day. Someone who hasn't had a day so far in this event is Fredrik Rasmussen. Could we see that tomorrow, potentially? You know, it'd certainly be, you know, one to write about, certainly. I'm not too sure whether he wants it still, because he's never really been... He's always missed out on the Drivers' Championship.
Yeah.
I just feel like he works so hard for the team, and never in doubt that he is not a team player and he's not driving for fantastic results and not pushing. But I never get the vibe from him that he wants to win a Drivers' Championship. And I think with Red Bull actually falling so far behind in the Constructors, this might actually help him to be like, okay, I don't want that spotlight of being the Drivers' Championship, so I can kind of step away a little bit. So it could maybe see it going Thomas Ronhaar or Barry Burmand's way, but we'll have to wait and see tomorrow. Maybe he'll come out of the box and be like, no, this is for me, and I do want this.
Well, you can see the elation behind us from Ferrari, but let's have a little look at the race results for the whole grid.
Yes, this is how the race classification. This is all provisional. There might be a couple of penalties coming some drivers' way. We saw some collisions out on tracks. Let's see how it all unfolds over the night. The stewards could be having another busy day. But Barry Burmand, for now, is our race winner. I'm sure he's going to keep hold of that because he kept his nose clean all the way throughout that race. Nicolas Longuet, 2nd place, 1-2 once again for Ferrari. And Thomas Ronhaar, still a very strong performance with 3rd position. Simon Weigang, what a result for the Aston Martin team. And importantly, one of his rivals, Ruben Pedreno, down in 7th, getting overtaken on that final lap by Freddie Rasmussen and Jarno Otmar, who got 5th and 6th respectively. Then the Williams of Alvaro Carreton in 8th. Danny Moreno getting gets his first points of the season. It's 2 for him, with Joni Tormala picking up 1 for the AlphaTauri team. Then it's the 2 Haas drivers, Julas Zilderim and Alfie Butcher. Then the other Alpine, Patrick Schiposh, Ismail Fassi. He's not really had the event that he had in Event 2. We were talking so much about him. He was such a strong driver, but it's not really gone his way so far in Event 3. Then Josh Eder in the Red Bull. It fell away from him in that race. Brendan Lee got contact, as did Jake Benham, Lucas Bakley. Fabrizio Donoso tried the teammate strategy. Didn't really work out for Aston Martin, but they were still able to hold on to it. And Tom Manny, unfortunately, with that DNF after being caught out by the the early braking from the Ferrari ahead of him.
Thank you very much. And the DHL Fastest Lap Award goes to Ruben Pedreno, who grabs an extra point for that. So well done to him. It is time to hear from Claire and our podium sitters. Claire, who have you got first?
Yeah, I've got Thomas Ronhaar alongside me. Thomas, understandably frustrated. You put your heart and soul in getting past that Ferrari. Unfortunately, it was a 3rd place. The championship goes down to the wire.
Yeah, it's all to play for in the last round. A bit disappointed to not get at least a P2 or P1, but to be, first of all, 47 points behind heading in towards this event, and to be this close is already a miracle. 3-way fight on my best track, all to play for.
And you were under a lot of pressure as well, not only fighting Nicolas Longuet, but you had pressure from behind as well. You really kept your cool out there.
Yeah, the way I got put on track was kind of tricky to manage, because I was like P5, P6 out of the pit lane, behind all the cars basically. Turned out to be pitting early was the right call. A bit disappointed like I said, but I'm going to go a full send tomorrow, absolutely.
Turns out as well, that track was a lot more chaotic than Las Vegas after all.
Well, it might be a bit, probably yes, but Qatar, I guess, delivered in terms of, for the guys watching at home. But it was very hard to manage the tires. Everything going on was really hard to manage. It was a very hard race for myself. To walk away with another podium is good. Good points in the back, and we just need to go full send tomorrow and hope for the best.
What do you do tonight to reset and recharge?
Sleep.
That would be a good start, yeah. But how do you start getting your mind frame into winning this championship?
Well, no, first of all, I need some good rest. Everybody's going to rest well. Like I said, the only target tomorrow is P1, get pole position and win the race. Hopefully, some things can happen in the race. There can be controversial moments, like I said, with the Aston Martin, holding up the whole field in lap 20-something, I don't know. It was very tricky out there. But Abu Dhabi never disappoints, and hopefully for me that's the case.
It's going to be exciting. Go get some sleep. I'm excited to see what happens tomorrow. Thomas, thank you so much. Nicolas Longuet, let's bring you in. Thank you so much, Thomas. Pop yourself over here. Well, did we think this was going to happen at the beginning of today?
Absolutely not. I mean, that doesn't happen ever. 1-2 consecutively in this championship is, I think, unheard of. And I think for us to have pulled it off right at the end to clutch it up for the constructors, we're in a very good position now. It's just incredible. So I'm very happy for us, for the team. We worked so hard for this. It's been a long, long year. So we're just looking forward to do the last race, honestly. We're very tired. We just want to go home and just relax a bit, because adrenaline and stress is just a bit much now. But yeah, just happy.
Barry said this morning to me that he had to do 2 wins and maybe would be back in the championship fight. He's put himself back in the championship fight, but with your help, I mean, the pressure that you were put under.
He's the GOAT, best teammate.
The pressure you were put under by Thomas Ronhaar behind you was hard to watch, but you made your car incredibly wide.
Yeah, I mean, I knew Thomas was going to try something, because he's also in the championship fight in the drivers' standings, and I knew he was going to try maybe do a pass on me, but I just had to manage the gap between me and Barry just enough so I could just use the DRS and ERS and keep him behind, which worked beautifully, just like in Vegas. We just a copy paste, basically, textbook. It was all under control.
Was there a little worry to the end where Thomas really looked like he was coming up? I think it was around your outside. He started to really squeeze you.
Well, obviously, I think it's a bit of a nerve-wracking moment for all of us. And that was it, last lap or before last lap. Yeah, I mean, I knew it was going to be still fine if we get 1 and 3. I wasn't going to fight it too hard because I don't want to risk a position like that. But we still managed to keep him behind again. So, super grateful.
I feel like regardless what happens tomorrow, you guys are going to come away from this event pretty happy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the championship has been very up and down for both of us. We struggled to get both cars in the points consistently. There was always an incident or something happening to one of us, and one of us would do well and then the other would be at the back. We finally just put it together, honestly. It was about time.
Yeah, definitely. Today is Ferrari's day. Let's go and speak to the winner, Barry.
Thank you very much. Barry, as you came over to the desk, you said unbelievable, and I'm speechless. I need you to find some words for this interview, though. Double victory. How sweet does that feel?
I genuinely don't know what word I can say to explain how I am feeling right now. You know, crazy actually. Last night we were really gutted as a team, and then coming today we got 2 poles and 2-1-2. I don't know what to say. I don't know, but I'm just super happy. I will try to sleep tonight because it's gonna be tough. And I mean, in the race, let's just speak about the race. I mean, in the race, we knew we can maybe play with the strategy a bit, and we knew we had a good setup in the race. I think it was quite obvious. We are really quick in the race. We start the race, Nico managed to do really well, I think. He overtook some cars already, so he was already P4. So, and you know, we know in the practice Nico is better than me in saving tires. So we were like, okay, Nico, you can pit that lap, but you can also save your tires. So he pitted, and he just was defending like a wall, again in Vegas, and also saving tires. And meanwhile, me leading the race, they just told me, push. Just push. Don't use ERS, but push. So, yeah, I just pushed all lap in the race. 0 warnings as well. I think it was one of the best races I've ever done in terms of raw pace. I was just pushing every lap, every corner, like quali pace. Like, you know how much I was pushing, that Nico finished the race with better tire than me. You know, so what? I don't know what to say. Super happy for the team. And we have a really good gap to win the constructor right now. Can't wait for it. And I don't know the driver championship. I don't know. But first, of course, team comes first. And I said it for this event as well. We always our main priority is to win the team championship. And if I win the driver championship, of course it's going to be cherry on the cake, let's say.
Well, let's talk about that, because I believe you're 40 points clear now of Red Bull Racing. You only need to get 4 points tomorrow from you and Nicholas to win that. So does that mean that you have that luxury now to be like, okay, I can go for that Drivers' Championship? Because it should be only 16 points between you and Freddie Rasmussen at this stage, which it's hard, but it is still possible.
Yeah, I mean, but I think if I don't think about it, it's better, because I don't want to get into my head. I still want to go out there, be best version of myself, and if I am the best version of Barry, I'm sure it will be enough.
I mean, Barry, when we look back at when you first started here in F1 sim racing, we of course saw you take helm at Mercedes initially. Didn't get many outings at that time. Did you ever think or dream that you'd be in a position now where you're fighting for a team's championship with a team like Ferrari?
I mean, to be fair, I think as a kid, every kid dreaming, like as a kid, you're always dreaming to drive for a red team, but it's Ferrari, of course. And, you know, driving for this team is just an honor, and it's just like the crazy feeling that every time, even when you're just choosing your car, you're choosing a Ferrari and driving a Ferrari, it's just amazing. Like, every time I'm loving what I do, and, of course, it's my favorite team, so I'm driving for my favorite team. It's the best feeling.
Passion, Ariana.
Oh, passion and pride. I love to see it, Barry. Congratulations. Yeah. We actually have... Oh, what do you want to say?
Yeah, yeah, I just wanted to say...
You just wanted to cough.
Yeah, I just wanted to say big thank you to my teammate again. I think without him, I couldn't maybe win this easily. And he just did everything as well. As I said to him again, this win is also for him as well.
Dream team today. Barry, we have the updated standings. Do you want to have a look with us? Let's see how close you are now in the drivers and how far ahead you are in the constructors. Take us through it, guys.
So let's have a look at these drivers' standings.
Oh, we've got Nicholas here too.
So the drivers' standings now, 160 points for Frederick Rasmussen.
You're there, man.
It is 16 points difference. You have a chance still, of course, to win the drivers' championship. Thomas Ronhaar in there as well, only 13 points behind Frederick Rasmussen. We are getting that 3-horse race going down to the finale in Abu Dhabi. Nicholas Longe, though, you've managed to promote yourself up into P5 and have the opportunity to jump, of course, Jarno Opmeer as well. So there is that opportunity there up into P5. P4 is on the cards. Another 1-2 tomorrow. Let's see what happens. Alfie Butcher now in 6th position, dropping down after no points scored. Lucas Blakely, reigning champion, will not retain his championship this season. It's going to be somebody new, whether that's Rasmussen, Ronhaar or Barry Burman. Further down the field, and we've got, speaking about the 2 Mercedes drivers, there's Daniel Beresney and Jake Benham 11th and 12th. Alvaro Caraton in 13th, Wilson Hughes in 17th. Simon Weigand, great result for him today. That promotes him up to 16th and huge points for the Aston Martin team. And also Ruben Pedreno got some good points too. Off the mark, though, is Danny Moreno. 2 points to his name, and he's now 23rd in the championship. That puts Will Lewis at the bottom in 26th.
Yeah, the standings that you two are all waiting for, of course. Ferrari at the head of the field. 237 points clear. And as Hayden so rightly says, only 40. Well, I say only 40. 40 is clear.
My number.
Yeah.
Lucky charm? Yeah, maybe.
I think it's a lucky charm. I think so. Red Bull have got a little bit of a mission ahead of them here, but I have to tell you guys, well done. A massive performance. And reaction to the standings?
Yeah, I mean... We did not expect that waking up this morning. We were, what, 40 points behind? Now we're 40 points ahead, so...
Yeah, that's crazy, to be fair.
Yeah, honestly. We worked so good today.
You were so good today.
Anything else I need to do for you today?
Guys, huge congratulations on the progress you made today. Incredible. Really no other words for it. Well done. Go and celebrate with your team. Thank you so much for joining us.
I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tonight even.
Yep.
Well done.
Thank you. All the shouting during the race.
See you. Well done again, Barry.
Yeah.
Right, we are going to trade Barry and Nicholas, leave them to go and celebrate with the team, and we are going to bring back in Marcel. Marcel, Ferrari are on fire.
I can't believe it. Like, we
That's how you've come into every re-entrance to the desk. I can't believe it.
You can't. Can you believe it?
I can't believe it.
We can't believe it.
We all, like every driver, every team went into this event thinking that Vegas would be the big one. And then in this tight, twisty circuit, out of nowhere, the chaos unfolds. Like, honestly, my race highlights are, again...
Take us through them, mate.
Let's go through them. If we have the replays ready, let's have a look. So it's all starting in lap 1 already. We have an overtake from, I think, is it Josh? Yeah, on the softs, because they still had a tire advantage. He nearly took out, so the Red Bull teammate of the rival of his own teammate, he nearly took him out, and with that also a warning happened. Then Lucas Blakely actually outbraked himself. I don't know what happened there. Completely damaged his wing, ruined his own race, and I think no damage to the car ahead. And with that, well, he had to pit already lap 1 completely. That's it. Then here, an amazing move. Look how close Ronhaar got to the rear end of Tom Manley. I could not believe that. And he even got pushed out by Josh as well. So there was a bit of hard racing, I would say, with the Red Bull. Maybe he was trying to help out his teammate a little bit, I don't know. But then we have another move from Nicholas Longe here on Josh. Josh was falling down the order a little bit, maybe struggling a bit. I don't know if it's maybe setup related or something else. And he also pushed out the Ferrari. So tough race, maybe he had damage or something. I don't know. We would have to ask him. Then a great battle in the midfield between the Alpine of Patrick Sipos and also Ismail Fassi. And Fassi does a great move in the S section, gets the move done. Beautiful side-by-side racing. That's what we want to see. He got a little track limit there, but no big issue. Thomas Ronhaar with another move. He's faking it on Tom Manley, and that's what made him spin. So he faked the move. Tom got scared, and with that, he actually outbraked himself, and Tom got a move... Thomas got a move done. Both Toms, but Thomas and Tom. And there's a double overtake from Ferrari. This is what completely changed the race. With that they secured basically the 1-2. They could navigate through the field. They could just hold their pace, and Thomas still had to do his job. Gets past Simon Weigang at lap 17 into turn 1. There's also another Aston Martin there. And it just doesn't stop. We still have 12 laps to go. And we just have overtakes and overtakes and overtakes. And another moment here. Jarno Opmeer right behind. Again, Josh had a really hard racing moment in this one. He took out Brendan Lee here. And Brendan couldn't do anything. Like, this was proper turning in. Brendan's race done, and this is of course also crucial in the constructors because they are both fighting for the P2, as Ferrari is most likely set to win. Freddie also nearly got taken out in a little contact there with the Aston Martin, but I don't think that was intentional. It was just very tight into turn 1. And yeah, Another beautiful showing here from Freddy, taking opportunity after Jano Oppmer pushed out Ruben Pedreño. I don't know what he did there. Maybe got understeered by the inside curb, but still it was definitely Jano's fault here. Now we have an attempt from Ronhaar nearly breaking his front wing, but the Ferrari, the wall of Ferrari of Italy, let's call it like that, is not opening for him, so he's staying in P3, and with that it was pretty much done. Another, I think there was not a crash, no, there was a battle between Alfie and Alvaro. They make a bit of contact on the straight, a little bit of hitting themselves, I don't know why, but Carrington also getting the move done. Alfie has no ERS left, still tries to stay side by side, but Carrington gets it done. And here we have another one, last lap, beautiful move. Before the start-finish line, look at that switchback. That is perfection. This is what we need to see, and he still gets the move done until the line. So yeah, there was so much at once. And I've heard also a bit of controversy. I think Team Red Bull and Aston Martin, they were not too happy with each other because of, I think Fabrizio Donoso was trying to slow down the pack a little bit.
Yeah.
And of course, Red Bull is in a situation, they're losing to Ferrari. Fred is trying to reduce the damage from Thomas Ronhaar always beating him at the moment. But at the same time, I have to say, Red Bull and we introduced this blocking game back in 2021 when I tried to help Freddy win his championship. I was also blocking the whole field. So I don't know, I think this was still...
It's all your fault.
It is my fault.
I come over here and have a go at you.
Yeah,
I actually remember that race, Brazil, if I'm not mistaken.
There was a big one. But yeah, I don't know, there was too much to cover. I don't know how you guys managed to do that without running out of breath. Amazing job by Ferrari again. I think this is actually the first 1-2 in F1 Esports history in a row from a team.
I was thinking that myself.
And they didn't have a 1-2 before.
Incredible.
Which is crazy, right?
Madness.
Well, it was action-packed, and we thought it was going to be Vegas that was action-packed. But it was Qatar that delivered even more drama for us, and Ferrari end the day on a high after getting both poles and securing 2 1-2s. And when we were coming in to the studio today, we were all debating, is the championship going to be wrapped up today? No. Instead, we go into tomorrow with 3 contenders for that title. It's going to be good, isn't it?
Yep, certainly a good reason to tune in tomorrow. 3 drivers fighting for the championship. The Constructors' Championship isn't over, but also we will be crowning a new Drivers' Champion tomorrow. So if that's not reason to tune in, then I don't know what you're watching.
Yeah. Why bother? Why bother? Thank you guys for joining us today. There will be a link going into the chats now for you to give your feedback, tell us your thoughts and feelings about the whole show, about the production, about the lineup as well, and we will review that. George is like, give us good reviews. Thank you. Thank you to you guys for joining us throughout the day. Thank you to Claire for grabbing all of those fantastic interviews, and thank you guys at home for tuning in. Do not miss it. Tomorrow we go to the final round. We race in Abu Dhabi and we crown a champion. I cannot wait. I will see you there.